Is it sensitive to be spending? Is it sensitive to be spending 140 million? If I give you 140 million naira cash to take to your senatorial district, won't your people benefit from it?
Let me tell you, Sean. I don't want to go personal now. I don't want to go personal. That same vehicle that you're talking of, before coming to the National Assembly, I have a vehicle that I have bigger than that.
But this is Nigerian money.
Yeah, so
Nigeria does not have money at the moment. So 26 point something inflation rate, with over 34% of Nigerians unemployed.
Are we supposed to?
With over 134 million Nigerians multidimensionally poor. Is it sensitive that those who are supposed to represent the people go to Abuja and lavish themselves with luxury vehicle? Is that sensitive, Senator?
Are we supposed to do our oversight function trekking or going without vehicles?
Maybe you could have considered a more cheaper vehicles to get the job done. Maybe a car. Maybe a sedan.
If I travel to...
Maybe a 25 million naira worth of sedan vehicle might do the job.
If I travel to my constituency with a car now, by the time I go 3-4 times, you know Nigerian roads.
Is that not an indictment on you, those of you who are in power?
What?
Those of you who are leaders in Nigeria today, is that not an indictment? That we have bad roads in the state, in your local government, in the senatorial district. Is that not an indictment on those of you who are in power?
It's a discussion for another day. You see the level of...
But like Nigerians suffer for the inefficiency of those who are in power,
let me tell
Senator?
You, if you look at Nigerian roads all over the Federation, that we have a serious problem. Because nothing much has been done in the last few years. Most of our roads, they are terribly bad. In fact, the government cannot even have fund enough to work on those roads. We have to go back into a PPP, a private partnership arrangement where people can invest, tow those roads, and get their money. In return, it is done.
We'll find out whether or not what you are doing is illegal or what you're doing as a senator or as lawmakers in the eye of the law is right or wrong, or whether or not it's morally justified. But Section 84 of the Nigerian Constitution empowers RAMFAC to mandate or determine the salaries, allowances of public officials, including members of the National Assembly. And this is what RAMFAC, based on the last published figure of the basic salary of a senator. It says that a senator earns 2-point-something million naira. Therefore, with that, a senator should be entitled to about 8.1 million naira worth of vehicle, which is about 400% of your basic salary. That is what the law under RAMFAC says, Senator. And for your colleagues in the lower chamber, their basic salary as last published was about 1.9 million. And you can draw a car loan to the extent of 7.9 million, but you can't exceed that. That is what the RAMFAC law says. But if you're buying a vehicle of 140 million naira, based on this, it says something is wrong. I'm not even,
don't forget that I've not, I didn't tell you that I don't even know the figure as I'm talking to you. Because it's not my responsibility.
If you're buying a Land Cruiser, we've done our own research and I've given you a median of what it costs in the market right now. No, so we heard that the cost that National Assembly is getting is 160 million. But I've taken that figure and put it under the table. I've given you a 140 million. Prado is about 85 to 90 million naira. So let's assume that you're buying it at 140 million, no matter what the case may be. Senator, can you look Nigerians in the eye tonight and say what you are doing is sensible and appeals to the sensibilities of Nigerians who are poor, some of them who cannot even afford a food on their table tonight, some of them will go hungry without being able to provide for their families, some of them who are multidimensionally poor. Dollar to a naira is about 1,250, and we have our lawmakers buying this kind of vehicle. Is that right? Is that justifiable, Senator?
Sure. Is it only Nigerian senators and House of Rep members that are using?
But does it make it right? if you're not the only one. I mean, and I'm not making any allegations against you, and I'm just saying that if anybody is caught doing something wrong, I'm not the only one doing it. Other people are doing it.
Can I ask you a question, Theo?
Go ahead, please.
Your MD, is it MD or the head of your listing, which type of vehicle is he using?
I use an SUV. That's why I told you.
SUV,
it's an SUV. I use a mini SUV based on the status of my role here, and that's why I drew that inference.
Why didn't you buy Nigerian-made vehicle?
I have. My vehicle is is produced here in Nigeria.
Which
I use a GAC that was coupled in Lagos.
Well, how much did you buy?
It's a company. It's an official vehicle.
So, your company chose to buy you
official vehicle as a private organization, but you are a public officer, Senator, and that's why we are asking you tonight. He who comes with equity must come with cleaner. Senator, Nigerians are suffering. There's poverty in the land. Can you, for a moment, even jettison that idea to show Nigerians that you guys are committed to the plight of the poor people, that you cannot run government as usual? You are a member of the APC, a senior member of the APC. Can Nigerians trust the APC and the leaders of today that they really care about the people of this country?
You know, assembly, we talk of the same thing. Maybe as a local manufacturing plant develop, we may choose to patronize.
The GAC, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, just launched 2,000 vehicles. There is Innocent in Anambra State. There's another young man who is producing a vehicle that will be useful. If you say utility vehicle, is another Nigerian, his name just skipped my mind right now. Not NORD, is a Nigerian young man producing vehicle. And this set of people will look at you, who are supposed to be leaders of Nigeria. How disappointed do you think they would be in you?
We have not. I've just said that in future we would surely as Nigerian manufacturing sector develop.
Senator, you know, a lot of Nigerians may not be happy with you guys right now. Are you aware?
You are seeing a lot of Nigerians there. Nigerians are not seeing other people in the executive.
Is that the reason? Is that an excuse enough?
The same vehicle?
Is that an excuse enough?
Why are you guys picking on Nigerian?
Because you are the representatives of the people.
Yeah.
You are voted in office to feel the pain of the people.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like you guys are feeling it, are you?
We're making a lot of sacrifice. You don't know.
Including buying luxury vehicles.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goro fone bonni boke as a party and winam better o min garti min gari zude kadi party ko domin moni domin darti yo goro fone bonni boke as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir de film hanki wana hande hanki jamon bale sim min nyalla fije nange jamon lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti namo ala chifti ala ind idi ayanda ba 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 ayanda ba
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
Oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Kárí kó bá mi wá.
And there it is right there. AMAECHI. So AMAECHI. So we'll hold the opening phase in animated suspension at the moment because we're joined by Alexander Gomez, and you know that he's always in and out quick as flash. So Alexander, good to see you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. All the better for you being here.
I see you guys are gloaters. You've been gloating about winning the Supreme Court judgment, and
where did that happen?
Yeah, I've been watching your platform. You guys are gloating. You know, a good sign is to be magnanimous in victory, right?
Well, a little bit a correctional, application of the whip, every so often, just to straighten up the space. So, yes, you know, it's only really because people have explained to that space that look, this is the process, this is how things work, this is how it's sequenced, and based on what is known, this is how it's going to pan out. And maybe lack of cranial functioning, maybe wishful thinking, whatever it is, they got carried away with themselves, and well,
Um,
uh,
I, in as much as I sympathize with the obedience, he never won that election. Tinubu won that election, but I understood that the country needed a new direction, and they were looking onto somebody who wasn't part of the mojo, for lack of a better word. So, so I could sympathize with that plight. I knew that I was the first one ever your platform to declare that Tinubu was going to win. So
you did that a long time ago, yes.
Yeah, it didn't come to me as a surprise because he's a master politician, and he has a lot of goodwill. Because if you know the man, you love the man. He's someone that is very, 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 very loyal to people that are loyal to his cause. So I knew people would naturally rally around him. I'm speaking. I don't have to open my mouth and say too much, but I'm speaking from a spot that I know too well. So, so I wasn't surprised, but I could also sympathize with obedience.
Why?
Because they saw, like I said, they saw a different person in Peter Obi who they thought could take them out of where they are right now, where we are right now as a country. Quite frankly, Peter Obi, and one of the reasons why I don't come on.
Do you think they were driven by nationalistic zeal or ethnic jingoism?
No, the Igbos were motivated by the ethnic alienation of Peter Obi. The Igbos were. There's no two ways about it. CM is a good example. Kansat is a good example. But in the main,
Maurice another example.
I don't know about Maurice. I don't know about Maurice. I don't want to talk about Maurice because he's too confrontational. So I don't want to talk about Maurice. You know, I'm a 65-year-old man. I have to respect myself. And like my senior brother Baba would say, as an adult, as an elder, you don't speak with your mouth or your mouth. You hold back. I do that a lot. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm a thoroughbred Lagosian. So I do that a lot. I don't open. Last time I did open up a little bit, Angelica called me and rebuked me because he thought I spoke too much. So, but I could understand that plight, and I like Elvis a lot. He was doing it out of sheer conviction. It wasn't. Elvis doesn't.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, it's not what I think; it's what I know. How much do you think Elvis is from a rich family? He doesn't need all this.
You know him personally?
No, I know his family. Don't forget, my sister was married to, before she passed away, she was married to a Benin man. I know that Benin space quite well. I know my way around Benin. So I know the name that matter in Benin. So he's from a wealthy family. So he was just doing out of conviction. I mean, and I can understand the newer generation not wanting to be part of this old school politicians in Atiku and Bwala Tinubu.
Can I say something, Alexander?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're all on that train, train of change, and we want a paradigm shift from the old order to a new order. We all want that, but that opportunity, that window did not open in this cycle. The narrative that underpins Peter Obi is a narrative of change, but Peter Obi is not change. So that's it. So
I wouldn't subscribe to that.
I want that country to make a quantum leap, a generational leap, an ideological leap, a paradigm shift. I want that fervently. I'd sacrifice for that. I'm not myself. Oh, I was going to say I'll sacrifice myself for that. I'm on that train, but not the Obi narrative. That's just a nonsense, you know. But hopefully we're able to capture that energy and then we can repoint it, because I'm still going into that obedience space to repoint it, but I have to jettison Peter Obi. So that'll be the next phase. We have to capture that energy, but clear off the egotics and the obit nonsense, and then harness that energy and direct it.
Well, this is how I see it. I think from a professional standpoint, from an educative standpoint, from a very successful businessman standpoint, I think that President Tinubu has the wherewithal and the capacity, based on what he did and his track record, to take us, if anyone can, out of where we have found ourselves today. But I also used an analogy some time ago. When you pick up a plate and you break it, it's easier to break than to put together. It's going to take him a long time to do that. But I know in my heart, as much as I know that he won the elections, I know that he's going to turn the fortune of the country around. Having said that, people are in turmoil. The country's in dire straits. People are suffering. I don't know how many calls I've gotten today from people who are relatively successful in their own right, demanding for handouts. I've never seen that in my lifetime. That is a little bit too much for me to handle. But this is entirely a Buhari problem. This is entirely an Emefiele problem. This is entirely based on incompetence. So moving forward, we have to clear the mess that the government of Buhari, which is the worst government we've ever had in Nigeria, and get ourselves back on the right track. It's going to take a while, but if anybody can do it, then President Tinubu can do it. Peter Obi does not have, and I need everybody to hear me loud and clear. He does not have the capacity, he doesn't have the experience to take the greatest black country in the world out of where we find ourselves today. It just doesn't have it. It just doesn't have it. I've said this so many times on our platform. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but that's the bottom line. So President Tinubu
an Obi presidency will be a sort of a Buhari presidency, but with a different accent. It will be ethnic, it will be tribal, and it will be mediocre.
Is it President Tinubu's cabinet tribal right now? It's full of negotiations.
It's competence led, you know.
I know. It's based on merit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But it's still ethnic based, because the 95%, maybe not 95%, but over 80% of the cabinet members are Yorubas, and majority of them are from Lagos. But then I can also understand something, because Rita said it on the platform the other day, and nobody ever picked on that. He has to surround himself with people he can trust, people that he knows that got his back, people that he knows that when he goes to bed, he wakes up, they're not jeopardizing or trying to put his government in dire straits. So I understand what he's doing, but everyone that has been hired to be a minister or special assistant has the wherewithal and the capacity to do the job. So I pray, as an elderly Nigerian, that I see my country go back to what it was before. It's in bad shape, but we pray to God that we can get it back to where it's supposed to be. So, one man, thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you, Alexander. So that's Alexander Gomez, of course. Needs no introduction to man or boy, the majestic Alexander Gomez. So the majestic Alexander Gomez. So that pause for a little bit of motivational speech from the CEO. So back to the opening phase. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. I want to be seeing that like button going on, going up rather, going on as well. But I want to see that like button going up. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. You see this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. That invites you into the studio. So if you've never joined us before and you've always had thoughts to join us, today might be that day that you should join us. So join us. And of course, the thing pinned on the top of the comment section, inviting you to buy your host cups of coffee. Do that. The dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section. When you see people super chatting, that's often what they use. So you can avail yourself of all those. So avail yourself of all those. What are we going to be discussing today? So we opened up with that rather excellent that clip that we played at the start. You know, that is the identical, that is the gold standard format for journalism that we want in Nigeria, holding the feet of our errant politician to the coal. So that's what we want. Contrast it to what you get on the Rice TV, especially Rufai Seni. So I just wanted you to see that. So that holding a politician to account and pushing hard on the side and on behalf of the people, that is the sort of journalism we want in Nigeria. That is the journalism that serves the purpose that journalism should serve. Not some rather freakish looking, hips my jow on a Rice TV, wailing and gnashing at the teeth. So a good example of journalism. So let's go to what we're here to discuss. So we'll be looking at this. Tinubu loyalists push for GBAJABIAMILA's sack over alleged sale of appointments. So it's an old story in a new bottle. This storyline is an old story in a new bottle, or old wine in new bottle sort of an analogy. This for time immemorial has been the history of that space. Anybody that occupies that space that GBAJABIAMILA occupies within the Nigerian paradigm, they've always reputationally sold positions. And we are seeing it in the sort of appointments that are coming through, with a 24-year-old being made the czar of road maintenance in Nigeria, with a girl appointed at the door of the Senate for confirmation only to be pulled back, with the way that El Rufai was mocked about. So we're seeing all of that, the mishandling, the cack-handedness, and the not fit for purpose, all wrapped around highest bidder. So yes, Tinubu's loyalists push for GBAJABIAMILA's sack over alleged sales of appointments. So let's go into this. Indications have emerged that the days of the Chief of Staff, COS, to the President, Femi GBAJABIAMILA, might be numbered, following allegations that he has been trading off appointments in the government of President Bola Tinubu to the highest bidder. Correspondents gathered that there is growing outcry amongst Tinubu's loyalists who are bent on making sure GBAJABIAMILA is eased out of the presidential villa. Recall that last week, the president appointed 10 resident electoral commissioners of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. However, correspondents gathered that since Tinubu assumed office, most names approved by the president for appointments were allegedly replaced by the chief of staff. A source said that one of such cases was the replacement of the name of Ekiti REC with the name of a former commissioner under the immediate past governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi. And the source said the REC from Ekiti that GBAJABIAMILA put there, the man was Fayemi's former commissioner. That was not the person Asiwaju signed off on. The person Asiwaju signed off on was one Tony, that is Mrs. Oluwatoyin Babalola, the former legal advisor of INEC. But when the announcement was made, two members of the President Tinubu's cabinet met with him to complain that the person they nominated had been changed with another person. The president was infuriated. He said he checked the name of the woman before he signed the list. He summoned his chief of staff, but when he arrived, he was stuttering. The president asked him to bring the list he signed. The president said so. The president said so. What he has been hearing is true, that whenever he signs something, it will be changed. The president gave 3 instances that he signed for something and it was changed. So A lot of the success or failure of this Tinubu administration hinges and hangs on GBAJABIAMILA. And the quicker they move very quickly to get rid of him, the more steadied our administration will be. So all of these mistakes, all of this reversing of positions, all of this amateurishness that we're seeing, a lot of it parks around the chief of staff position. And we're now seeing how he's playing that space. The president said so. What he has been hearing is true, that whenever he signs something, it will be changed. The president gave 3 instances that he signed for something and was changed. He felt bad and gave him the last warning. He directed that the woman's name must be on the list. The source added that there was a plan in place to ease GBAJABIAMILA out of Aso Rock. It is like the 5th time the chief of staff is embarrassing the president. There is a plan to ease him out of the villa by giving him an ambassadorial position, the source said. Another source noted that that President's private principal secretary, PPS Akim Okunola, was already doing some of his work. Besides, it was gathered that the president was already putting up a team that will help the chief of staff. This was stressed. The National Social Investment Program Investment Program issue 2. That wasn't the person Asiwaju recommended for the position. Halima Shehu was the one recommended by Asiwaju. Shehu was sacked by Sadiya Farouk, the immediate past minister of finance, because she was campaigning for us. When she was sacked, Asiwaju promised to return her to the same position or higher. So this is GBAJABIAMILA now. For as long as GBAJABIAMILA is in situation, the Tinubu administration will struggle to make any forward trajectory. That position, there is only one name that fits it, and we all know that name. So the quicker they get Fashola on the phone and tell him to come and resume office, the smoother things will go for the Tinubu administration. So let's go on from there to this one. Atiku Obi exhausted their rights. They should let Nigerians enjoy benefit of APC promises. So this is Buhari speaking to the space. So we can leave that just at the headline. Nigerian tweets lambast Labour Party stalwart Kate Henshaw for heading APC's Governor Uzodinma's second term fundraiser. So we're seeing this for the second time now. We saw it with Tonto Dike. Now we're seeing it with Kate Henshaw. And this is just the nature of politics. Henshaw, Bakassi, and some other celebrities. Oh, okay, let's start it from here. Some Nigerians on Twitter have lambasted a Labour Party stalwart and Nollywood star Kate Henshaw for heading the second term fundraiser for the Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma of the All Progressive Congress APC. Henshaw, Bakassi, and some other celebrities will head the hosting of the fundraiser for Governor Uzodinma's re-election in the forthcoming November governorship election in the state. However, some Twitter users who have followed Henshaw's consistent support for the Labour Party and its presidential candidate in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, have called her out for what they described as enabling oppressors to remain in power. The actress is one of the top supporters of Obi, a movement whose members are known as Obedient. In an attempt to justify her action, Henshaw said, "Someone called me this morning to check the Twitter app. I was invited to host a fundraiser alongside my colleague. I accepted my prerogative. What is the noise about? The difference between you and I is that I will still speak my truth as I see fit." End of. So she will speak her truth as she sees fit, or as the dollar sees fit. But the popular human rights activist Femi Adeyeye and chieftain of the African Action Congress said, "Hosting an event means you approve of what the event is about. There is no how you will host such an event that you won't say good things about the person, about the person, the government, and the party you are raising funds for. So the back and forth now. Leave these people in peace. This is the nature of politics, especially celebrity politics. Very quickly, they hop, skip, and jump. So hop, skip, and jump. So hop, skip, and jump. Let me take you to this one. So this is a simmering battle going on between ROTIMI AMAECHI and BALA USMAN. So ROTIMI AMAECHI, of course, the immediate boss of HADIZA, just in the past administration. AMAECHI lied. I never awarded 2.8 billion contract as Nigerian Port Authority boss. HADIZA, BALA, USMAN. People are saying, look, gap tooth. Look at that. HADIZA BALA USMAN, special advisor to the president on policy coordination, has responded to the allegations made against her by ROTIMI AMAECHI. Speaking at a lecture on Thursday, the former Minister of Transportation had alleged, amongst other things, that BALA USMAN gave approval for a contract worth 2.8 billion naira during her time as Managing Director of the Nigerian Port Authority. BALA USMAN was suspended as the Director of the NPA in 2021 and was replaced by Mohammed Bello Koko in 2022. Her suspension was recommended by AMAECHI, who alleged that the agency under her watch failed to remit 165 billion naira operating surplus to the coffers of the federal government. Just look at the size of that. It's unbelievable. Very soon she will be turbaned as something as well, and she will hide behind religion and culture and Fulanism. BALA USMAN was later exonerated by an administrative panel of inquiry set up to investigate the alleged mismanagement. In her book, Stepping on Toes, published in April, the ex-MPA boss opened up on her falling out with AMAECHI. However, AMAECHI countered most of the book's narratives, saying they are false. Reacting in a statement on Saturday, BALA USMAN said, "I don't know where the former minister got his 2.8 billion naira figure from. Since this accusation was nowhere in the list of infractions conveyed to me in a query arising from the report of the administrative panel of inquiry he set up. The only issue relating to a contract award in the query was about the emergency purchase of operational vehicles following the vandalization of the premises of Marina Lagos headquarters of MPA on October 21, 2020. This subject was addressed in Query E with the title Unilateral and Improper Use of Emergency Procurement Mode to Procure Vehicles. Here, the management of the MPA was accused of making the emergency purchase of operational vehicles to the tune of 1 billion naira, 100, etc., without approval from the Federal Executive Council. In my response to the query of the 1.2 billion naira expenditure, I explained that we made the procurement pursuant to the provisions of relevant statutes, which allows procuring entities to purchase items due to emergency nature of the need and obtain the necessary approval upon conclusion of the procurement. The response to the query, including the approval obtained and the alleged inflation of the cost of the vehicles, are all detailed between page 160, etc. of the book. BALA also denied AMAECHI's claim that she was indicted on 10 counts. I don't know what these 10 counts are, because no one communicated any such indictment to me, she said. So this is ROTIMI AMAECHI still licking her wounds. We'll be playing a clip of ROTIMI AMAECHI in a moment, but that is ROTIMI AMAECHI very much still licking his wounds. And by the way, that dollar sign is now officially open. Crown, we sent the clip. I didn't see it. So that dollar sign on the comment section is officially open. So anybody that wants to super chat to the platform, don't let me stop here. So let's go on to this. Article to address Nigerians on Monday after Supreme Court verdict on Tinubu. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 presidential election, Atiku Abubakar, will on Monday address the press on some crucial national issues. According to a statement by the PDP Publicity Office on Saturday, Atiku's address will center on issues of serious importance to the nation. This is coming about 48 hours after the Supreme Court dismissed the former vice president's appeal for lacking in merit and affirmed President Bola Tinubu the winner of the February presidential election. The statement reads, the presidential candidate of our great party, the PDP, in the February 25th, 2023 election, in the February 25th presidential election, and former vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But then Tinubu goes one better though. He's the president, you know. Waziri Adamawa will address a crucial press conference on issues of serious importance to the nation. A date, and then he gives us the date and time and all of that. So, yes. You see, there are two ways that Atiku can go about this, but there is one way that I suspect he will. So there are two ways. He can either double down and continue with the insults and to try and diminish the president, the presidency, and by extension, really the country. He can continue on that path, or he can take a statesman's stance and do clear the air, let's pull together, Nigeria is bigger than all of us sort of speech. He can do that. So those are the two options. But it's personal between Atiku Abubakar and Tinubu. That is the thing. It is very personal. Atiku had always presumed a sense of superiority, especially over Tinubu, but Tinubu had always assumed that he was pulling the strings of Atiku Abubakar. So that came to a crescendo because the frisson, the tension between these two elements, it dates back 30 odd years. When Tinubu does him political favors, and Atiku takes that as an entitlement because, of course, he feels he's off stock and that Nigeria belongs to his clan. So that arrogance and all of that. So in the final play out, when the last window for both of them, Tinubu plays a trump card and overturns Atiku. Atiku was categorically confident that he was going to win that election. He felt he had the backdrop of the North, and he thought he could make incisions into the South. And he was very confident. And we saw the arrogance with which he played that election, outmaneuvered by Tinubu. So it's very personal. And I don't think he's going to be nationalistic in anything he has to say tomorrow. He will double down. He will inflame the space. He will pour more petrol on the whatever it is, and he will look to burn it down. And off the back of because Peter Obi, of course, will wait for Atiku to make his speech, and then he will take the theme of however Atiku decides to flow and make that the theme of his broadcast as well. So you see Peter Obi moving very quickly, either later on tomorrow, but certainly by the following day. Either later on Monday, but certainly by the following day, Tuesday, no later, Peter Obi will pick the theme of whatever it is that the Waziri of Abu Dhabi, whatever it is that the Waziri of Abu Dhabi had to say, he will pick the theme of that, and then Aisha Yesufu, of course, will write him one of those heavy-laden, extremely right-wing obedient sort of speech, similar to the one she wrote him in his last broadcast. So that is how I suspect that space will play out. So TikTok, Monday is just a skip and a jump away. So Monday, a skip and a jump away. Let's go on to this one. Godwin Emefiele, 3 reasons why EFCC arrested ex-CBN boss. So let's now find out. Because I've always thought that this guy is more suited to EFCC arrest. Hold on 1 microsecond, guys. I need to get a bit more water. Let me play you a clip. Just a micro clip. You know, all this reading and all of this noise making, you know, it leaves you perched. So let me let me find something inoffensive to play to you. Yes, let me play you this. And there it is, perfectly timed. So everybody vote for Jagaban, the Jagaban of GBT, as they will say in Alhambra Central. So now, yes, I was saying, I've always thought that this guy was more suited to the custody of the EFCC than the DSS, because DSS is more national threats, freezing, acting against the state in the but financial sort of crimes is more the remit and the purview of EFCC, and the abundance of the accusations against Emefiele is more along those financial crime sort of narrative. Emefiele, 3 reasons why EFCC arrested ex-CBN boss. So let's find out. An Imagine report has confirmed that the EFCC is considering bringing several financial and economic charges against the ex-governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. This comes after he was moved from the Department of State Services, DSS, to the Anti-Corruption Agency. A reliable source revealed that Emefiele was officially transferred to the commission on Thursday night. However, there are 3 crucial issues the anti-graft agency would like to uncover from the interrogation of the ex-CBN boss. So this is count 1. These issues include, number 1, awarded contracts worth billions of naira. It was gathered that and by the way, there's somewhat of a synchronicity to what is going on with Emefiele. There is somewhat of a synchronicity. So the first synchronization was when the DSS grabbed him. So because it was already in the motions of making his escape. So the first synchronization was when the DSS grabbed him before he could make his escape. And then the next thing was to wrap some charges, no matter how flimsy or silly, that they would just use to hold him in abeyance and lock him within the legal structures. So the next synchronization was Tinubu sending in Jim Obazie into the CBN to unravel what has gone on there. So now, as Jim Obazie continues to unravel, the narrative continues to build against Emefiele. So as the narrative continues to build against Emefiele, they are now isolating areas of his atrocities and perfecting. If that guy is spied, don't be surprised though. I'm not expecting that guy to. Anyway, I cannot see him. I can see some RIP situations coming his way because a lot was done under him. A lot of people got rich. A lot of people can be implicated, and he's the one man in the center of it. So how that plays out, we'll see. So one of the things that the EFCC are looking to unravel with this element, number 1, awarded contract worth billions. It was gathered that the ex-CBN governor approved a series of contracts that had not been brought to public notice. These contracts were reported to be worth billions of naira, and it was also alleged that the awarded contracts did not follow protocol as stipulated in the Central Bank of Nigeria guidelines. As reported by correspondents, an insider revealed that Emefiele will remain in the custody of the EFCC for an extended period to allow their agents extract as much information as they can from the banker before determining their subsequent course of action. So number 2, Naira redesign. Implementing the Naira redesign will go down in history as one of the most challenging periods for Nigerians. This decision by the ex-CBN governor was implemented in the build-up to the 2023 general election and distorted some of the pre-election activities, pre-electoral activities of the election. And Nigeria was plagued with the scarcity of the new Naira notes, which further triggered inflation and other social vices. Number 3, controversial anchor borrowers program. Out of the enormous 1.1 trillion invested in the anchor borrowers program, it has been revealed that just 574 billion has been recovered. At the same time, the president's instruction is to recover the remaining funds, especially from commercial banks and a subsidiary of the CBN. These institutions received a substantial part of the fund, but did not correctly distribute them to the ABS beneficiaries or return the initial amount to the central bank. Recall that Emefiele had been detained by the DSS since June the 9th, 2023, following his suspension from office by President Bola Tinubu, and is facing a series of legal tweets. So it goes on to give us then the backdrop to all of that. So it goes on to give us the backdrop to all of that. Let me take you on to this. Let's go on to this. I hope you guys are hearing me okay, by the way. It's raining cats and dogs where I am. 2027 election, former presidential aide Bashir Ahmed addresses Nigerians who refer to Northerners as Aboki. Former presidential aide Bashir Ahmed has addressed Nigerians who refer to Northerners as Abokis. In a post shared on Twitter this afternoon, Bashir wrote, "If you think labeling us as Abokis or calling us whatever disparaging name will force us to vote for your favored candidates in 2027, good luck with that approach. We will, inshallah, be here to make you cry one more time." So I think this is a missive in the direction of, I think this is a, please tell me in the comment section if you can hear me okay. I'm having to shout because it's raining so heavily. If I could pan round, you probably, yeah, if I could, I'm sure you can hear the rain. You must be able to hear it. Let me take you on to this. Treat all gunshot victims without police report. Inspector General of Police tells health workers. So this clarifies that space, hopefully. And then we'll go on to this one in a moment. So that'll be it. Let me actually play you this AMAECHI clip, and then I'll play you this AMAECHI clip, and then there's another Daniel Bwala clip that I'll play you as well. So I'll play you this AMAECHI clip. Come into the room, see if anybody's there. I'll play the Kegite music, and then we'll play the Daniel Bwala, which is the headline story. But first, let's watch this.
The beginning is to say to you that if some Nigerians were telling you that you shouldn't have given me an opportunity to speak, tell them that so many television houses and individuals had approached me to speak on different issues since I left office, and I declined. 2 reasons why did I decline? 2 reasons. My publicist said don't speak, and I chose to be my publicist, and he's very angry that I'm speaking today. He knows. Second reason, what is new to say? Nigerians don't react to anything. Has any politician told you that he's not a thief? Tell me one politician that has told you that he's not a thief. Tell me one. I don't know why you're gathering forgery, no forgery. What politician told you I didn't forge? Which politician told you he went to university? Which politician told you he served in NYSC? Which politician told you he has a certificate? Nigerians know and still vote for them. So what's your problem? No, tell me, what's your problem? So I said, why should I speak when already there's nothing new? Okay, you observe Buhari's period. I will leave Port Harcourt 1 a.m. I arrive at Abuja, I leave Abuja at 3 a.m. Somebody said they made Buhari. Did I say anything? I didn't say anything. It's not important. Nigerians choose who to believe and who not to believe. Nigerians choose who to vote and who not to vote. Even if you come to a Nigerian man's house and kill the mother, the father will continue his life. Nothing bothers you. Nothing. So why do I waste my time? Yes, that's the original. So give it to me. You see it, so that you won't say tomorrow he brought photocopies. But when we get the actives, when we're talking about Buhari's government. So there's nothing that our chairman said that is new. Absolutely not true. I've said this several times. I've taken so many risks. I've said too many things. The fight from Goodluck's government to Buhari's government, you all knew about it. My aircraft was seized. I was shot at. If I was killed, what would happen? Nothing. So you would die a useless life. So what did I choose? I chose to stay in my house quietly. Fortunately for me, I got admission to study in the Nigerian law school. And rule number one is, like they told me if I came here, you are our property. You have no right to go anywhere unless we permit you. That's the rule in the Nigerian law school. So anybody who says, why have I not seen you? I'm a student of Nigerian law school. Until I graduate, I can't disobey them. So I chose not to speak again because there is nothing to say, and because Nigerians will do absolutely nothing.
You say there's somewhat of a call to anarchy in what we're hearing from ROTIMI and AMAECHI, and this is sour grapes as well, of course. This is a sore loser taking his loss in the most bitter and painful manner. This guy, you know, I always make the comparison. I always try to draw the inference between this guy, ROTIMI and AMAECHI, and Yemi Osinbajo. So they somewhat both strapped the same line. Yemi Osinbajo, ROTIMI and AMAECHI, they somewhat strapped the same line. They pushed to get that ticket with equal zeal. Remember when this guy was being turbaned all over the north? Remember when this guy built a Fulani railway from Kano to Niger Republic? Remember when this guy went and cited the University of Transportation in Buhari's hometown? So all of that was for that ticket, which he was roundly defeated at the primaries. So, because of course, when you come into contestation, you come into contestation with a clear understanding that there are one of two opportunities available to you. You win or you lose. So you must understand that, and I'm not quite sure that people fully imbue that understanding that when you come into contestation, when you go into competition, the prospects of victory is dependent on how much you push it and how you're equipped to seize it. But the reality of defeat is also a possibility. So you have to be able to handle that defeat. And this what we're seeing demonstrated by this guy now is not how to handle defeat. So he falls into that because of sore losers and Atiku Abubakar. But Yemi Osinbajo, he has quietly disappeared from the landscape. But let's listen on.
In fact, the worst thing about Nigerians is that even when you claim you're not committing any crime, and they pick you up tomorrow, we said it is a thief. Nigerians will join. They will cross it, and you go to prison for nothing. The greatest fear I have is being found in prison for nothing. And you can be found in prison for doing. So, I don't want to repeat what I used to say before because you hold it against me. Those who are close to me know. We repeated yesterday. I will just only use one word. I won't use the rest. I say it's a hopeless situation. Is it a lie? So let's go a bit further. Let's get a bit further. You will be shocked that I won't talk about Buhari's government for two reasons. And I won't talk about President Tinubu's government. One reason why I won't talk about Buhari's government, I'm a participant. But they asked me that question yesterday. What moral reason do you have to criticize Buhari's government, having been part of it? That was the argument. I do, if I want to argue it. But again, that was a huge debate amongst us, and we are all agreed I should say nothing about the government. So I now told them if I would say nothing about Buhari's government, I will also say nothing about President Tinubu's government, because you know the problem. Instead of Nigerians finding solutions to their problem, they are committing suicide. I'm praying for you every day that you should continue to commit suicide, so that by the time I wake up one day, all of you have died. I can now reap the benefit of your death by taking those seats. What other people resist, like in Ghana, as it's going on now, like in Kenya, is what Nigerians, no worry, not before years. After 4 years, he will go. The man wins the second time, whether by magic or by crook or by reason. Not only 8 years. No be good luck, no be good luck don't go so, no be why don't go so. He go soon go. Another person will come and repeat the same thing. You'll be saying that until the day God will come. For those of us who are Christians.
Setting aside ROTIMI AMAECHI for a moment, what he's saying is actually quite true. Nigerians are very docile. They are probably the most docile people to govern. I think it was actually Sepp Blatter, the former FIFA chairman. He was asked a question once that if he wasn't the FIFA chairman, the FIFA president, what other job would he like to have? And curiously, he said he would have loved to, if he wasn't the FIFA president, he would like to be the Nigerian president, because Nigerians, no matter what you do to them, they never react. And I think this is pretty much the theme that AMAECHI is going with.
Here and do
water, only water, only water, where is Sima? Water, only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche. I hope you can hear me okay now. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche are joined in this instance by Joel of Nashville. Good to see you, Joel. Adewale joins us. Good to see you, Adewale Obalola, father of the bride, Ajande Koko, and Baba, who we met formally yesterday. So that's the conversation so far. Let's kick it off immediately. Start it off straight away. Let's go to Joel and to kick it off from there. So Joel, you're up first.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from.
Ava.
Joel of Nashville, one-man show. Like, share, subscribe. One man, how you doing?
I'm good. Actually, Joel, I missed out on something. Let me play you the Daniel Bwala clip. It's only about 3 minutes and a bit, but that's the headline piece. So let me play it and then you go from there. Yeah.
Hello, my people. Let me tell you the story of the tale of the G5. So the tale of the G5, a campaign that kickstarted with a preconceived notion that it was a campaign for the emergence of a southern candidate. But specifically, they all agreed they were going to support Peter Obi. In fact, they had a meeting with General Obasanjo in London. So the journey started. They traveled around the world. They entertained Nigerians. They were all over the media. They changed uniforms and clothing and make journeys and cover the news. Fast forward, they didn't know that Wike Makinde had a deeper plan. They planned to support Tinubu. They all thought they were going to support Peter Obi. So the elections came. Wike did everything he can to deliver votes against all odds to deliver votes for Tinubu. Makinde did the same. But the other 3G5 who were misled into believing that they were supporting Peter Obi, what happened? They all lost their Senate bid while they were supporting Peter Obi. They lost their Senate bid. Then you came to governorship. Now those who lost their Senate bid also have people they want to succeed them. Now, Governor Wike did everything he can to deliver Fubara. Makinde did everything he can. These are the Tinubu faction of the G5. They delivered what they had to deliver. And then what about the obedient faction of the G5? Now, Enugu and Abia, they are struggling their lives out in the governorship election. As for Otom, well, he lost too. He lost his Senate bid. He lost his governorship candidate. This is the tale of the story. What is the moral of the story? The moral of the story is don't allow anybody to use you. Use you in the name of a movement or use in the name of agitation. You have to reflect deep and know whether you are being used, whether the person has a wider interest. I'm sure there is a lot to learn, especially by the obedient faction of the G5. It's a big lesson to learn. This same lesson extends to Peter Obi. Peter Obi, every one of the obedient rallied around and they gave him vote. He made the name. He didn't win the election. When the governorship came, where was Peter Obi? Nowhere to be found in Nigeria. Not a single state delivered obedient for governorship. If you were to apply the force and the vote of the presidential in the governorship, Labour Party would have won more than 4 to 5 states in Nigeria. What is the moral of the story? Peter Obi also used them for his presidential bid. He didn't even believe in anybody other than himself. These two scenarios are scenarios by people who have not learned lesson in politics. The lesson to be learned in politics is politics about collaboration, politics about meeting people, politics about opening your heart, politics about looking at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture always is not about winning the battle, but it's about winning the war. There are lots of lessons to learn, all delivered by the tale of the G5.
So there it is, Joel, the tale of the G5 by Daniel Bwala. So a lot to unpack from there. The first one that was played by Makinde, and because the G5, it was a conglomeration of disparate fellows, all pushing in different directions, but presenting to the public a unified narrative. It was pretty clear that Wike was pushing for Tinubu. That was never disguised that much all the way through. And for reasons of ethnic familiarity, Makinde, of course, was with Tinubu as well. But the rest of the composition of the G5, we all saw when Otom welcomed Peter Obi to his home state and raised him essentially his hand to the air that this is my anointed one and all that. So a first one was played Wike especially won all the way through. Makinde certainly won all the way through, and the rest of the G5 sacrificial lamb, the tail of the G5, by Daniel Bwala. John of Nashville, what says you?
One man, thank you very, very much. Good one from Bwala, but not good enough. This kind of talks will come out. I do not think there was anyone in the G5 that supported Obi except for Autumn. Autumn was the only person that stuck out his neck among the G5. So all this game that is being played, being said by Bwala, all these things being said by Bwala, well, there might be an element of truth in it. After all, Wike did not, really stipulate who he was. You remember, he said he was going to announce who he was going to support by, I think, January. January came and passed. It was still going on when they were still, junketing the world, greeting or meeting with people and all that. But one man, before then, I told you that I do not really trust Wike. I do not see a Wike supporting it, Peter Obi. I said it's not just, it would have looked quite hypocritical, knowing full well that Wike, was part of the reason why Obi left the PDP. So I do not subscribe to everything Bwala said, but there's some element of truth in what he said, especially in the area of collaboration, creating new pathways, and also acknowledging that we just fought a battle, but the war has not ended. So with that one, man, I don't want to dwell so much on Mr. Bwala. I have not been on this show since the Supreme Court judgment. I've been doing some introspection on the country called Nigeria. And one man, what we saw on the judgment day was a travesty of justice. And I am not talking about just the Supreme Court. I am talking about the judicial system, coming from even the tribunal up to the Supreme Court, and in other cases going on around the nation. One man, we are in a one-chance country. We are in a country where the people in government are no more afraid of those of us that they are leading. And in a country where the politicians no more in any way fear the people that elected them. Anyway, it could be debated if we actually elected them. But in a country where they do not fear the people no more, that country is doomed. Because absolute power corrupts absolutely. And what we saw on that day was clear. Was it expected? Yes. Was it a surprise? No. One man, Tinubu won. But I keep asking us, have you ever thought if you have a case against these criminals in the Nigeria court system? The other day we were celebrating the PID lawsuit that we won in London. Could we have won that if it was in the Nigerian court system? We saw the disposition. We saw what happened in CSU. We saw what the court did. Would we have gotten that kind of judgment in Nigeria? The elections are gone. Peter Obi and Atiku and Tinubu, they've all done their thing. But it calls for us to really look inwards and start searching, doing some soul searching, one man. Because it is not just looking good. I mean, how can I? Anyway, I have to say and apologize to that young lady called Misoma. I'm not in support of what she did, but if the one leading her is enmeshed in all these controversies, corruption, and forgery, I wonder why that lady should be punished. And it is the case. It's the case of injustice in Nigeria. A case of people trying to take everything to them for themselves. People not giving any, not having any responsibility to the people, responsibility to country, even responsibility to humanity. But in all of this, it has ended. And we can now look back and say, this is where we got it wrong. This is where we got it right, where it needs to be improved, and we move on from there. Lastly, one man, I would like to thank the obedience. I rather stand with those group of men and women than anyone else. They have shown perseverance. They have shown severity, sincerity. They have shown that they need a Nigeria that is working, and genuinely so. They have looked around, searched around. They are yearning for just one thing: good leadership in Nigeria that works. So to all the obedient, do not feel that you have lost anything. I never said, and no one would have told you, that it was going to be a sprint. It's a marathon. Nation building and the maintenance of a good nation requires that everyone has to be on their toes. It might not take up to 2027. It might be in 2031. It might be in 2036 or 2035. It does not matter. What really matters is that at every point in time, in any of those bridges, that we crossed it, and we crossed it very, very good. This is what we did in 8 months. We got House of membership, House members, senators, a governor, and also, most importantly, the awareness. And all of this we did in 8 months. So obedience. If you are looking at the next election, look back into what we suffered. Pre-election, how they did not allow us to register. Look at those things. This time around, we have to start early. We know the things to do in order to get it right the next time. So I wouldn't want you to feel any type of obedience. I want you to hold your head up high and know we did things that most parties in developed nations could not do. So one man, on that note, I would just want to push that aside. Now,
let me hold you to that space for a moment, Joel. You know, there's a lot to be said about. I'm not sure if you were with us in the opening, because I was having the same conversation with Alexander Gomez, who popped on just as the session started, and I was saying then that there's a lot of positives to be taken from that obedience space. The energy, and I was also saying to Alexander Gomez that in many ways I too am an obedient, but just not a Peter Obi person. You know, that language of change, that paradigm shift from the old order to a new sort of a dispensation, they need to pivot the ideological thrust of the country to repoint direction for the country to be there to serve the people and not to weigh upon the people. All of that we had snippets of it within that obedience space. I am fully signed up to that space. So what I was saying to Alexander was that going forward, maybe we should I certainly will try and enter that obedience space to try and see how that energy can be harnessed, but casting aside Peter Obi, because he's a toxic brand. But if we can cast him aside, but harness that energy ball that emerged out of that place, that is saying enough is enough of these are past the baton sort of a narrative that we have in Nigeria. If we can harness that, casting aside any vestiges of Peter Obi, who is part of what we want to escape from, then that is the next piece of work. But everybody is an obedient, but we have to rebrand that narrative.
One man, you cannot take away the glory from someone that has stood for the right things. You can hate Obi all you want. The elections are over.
No, forget Obi now. Look, did you even hear anything that I said?
I heard what you said.
The movement is not about Peter Obi now. Peter Obi was a functionary of the Abacha administration, a functionary of the Goodluck Jonathan administration, a functionary all the way through pretty much the Fourth Republic. I don't know if he ever had a position under Obasanjo, but is one of the backdrops of the rot we have in the country. So it's not even about Peter Obi. So let's forget Peter Obi. But that energy, that language that is coming, that they were trying to purpose it towards that space, it is really that's the real takeout of the obedient space. Nothing to do with Peter Obi.
Okay, one man, you take out Obi out of the picture, you take out you eradicate the passion.
The passion is about Obi now. The passion is about change.
Hold on.
Hold on. Do you think the passion was for Obi or for change?
Listen, one man. The passion, the foundation of the passion is change. But what was built on that foundation was Obi.
No, Obi was just a fleece. Well, it was just a golden fleece. It was just
one man. If anything happens to Obi tomorrow, definitely we are going to look for someone else. But you cannot just say that, oh, take away Obi from the picture. No, you cannot just do that. Because the thing there is
a lot of people that are part of that movement, they recoil from it because of Peter Obi.
It's okay. If you want to,
because it's a toxic brand.
One man, the issue there is this: toxicity is a two-way thing. Everyone has always wanted to say, Obi said this, Obi said that, Obi said that. His supporters were saying this and that.
Even
the opposition said nothing.
What is said is in addition to who he is.
Now, one man.
Obi is not a new dynamism. What was Obi's role under Abacha's administration? Do you remember?
What was his role? What was his role under Abacha's administration?
He was the MPA man. He was the Port Authority guy. Was he not? Do you want us to go and dig that up? Yes.
I didn't hear about that. Obi has never said he was in the Port Authority anyways.
Okay.
So see, one man, you see, that's what I'm talking about, right? Leave Obi alone. Obi has not done anything to you. Forget this saying about Obi. There's a reason why we followed Obi as obedience. There's a reason why. We might see Adesina tomorrow. We follow Adesina. But leave Obi alone. Obi will always be there, whether you like it or not. There's nothing you can do about him.
Yeah, right.
You understand what I'm saying? There's nothing you can do about him.
During Sani Abacha's time, he appointed Peter Obi to be in charge of Tin Can Port. When there was a lot of congestion in the port, Obi helped with the decongestion. So he was a functionary of one of the most corrupt administrations in Nigeria. No, we're not doing it that way today. So let's Joel hold the floor. So it was a senior functionary under one of the most corrupt, and also under Goodluck Jonathan. You know what his role was. So
what was his role? He was a coordinator. He was part of the economic team.
Right.
So what was his role? What did he do? He wasn't the one calling the shots.
You just said he was a senior functionary of the Goodluck Jonathan administration, as he was a senior functionary of the Abacha administration.
That does not mean that he partook in corruption.
Right.
That you said it yourself.
He stayed clean in the midst of
one man. You said it yourself.
Administrations.
You said it yourself. You said it yourself that Abacha appointed him. I've not heard about that one, but you say
Well,
Abacha
that's
appointed
the
him to
case. You don't
Tinkan,
know the man. I
and
know
he
I
cleaned
know him.
and he cleaned
Joe,
and he
can I
cleaned
interject?
up.
No,
But,
sorry. Let
hold
Joe
on.
hold the floor. Can I let him hold the floor?
And you said that he cleaned up and Tinker. Is that not doing his job? If you appointed him to Tinker and he cleaned up Tinker, is that not doing his job? Look, one man, I think I don't want us to be devil.
No,
what we're
Obi
doing.
is a toxic brand for reasons of association with all of the most corrupt administrations and some of the most corrupt personalities in Nigeria's history. Atiku Abubakar, Sani Abacha, Goodluck Jonathan. Obi was cheek by jowl with all of these people.
One man, let's talk. One man. He's not the crook in Aso Rock. Let's leave all these things. I know you're trying to, build up.
No, that's what I'm saying to you.
Build up a fake TV for Obi so that it will not equate with what Tinubu has done. No, one man. One man.
Tinubu is already president, so it doesn't really matter what you say after that. But what I am
saying is that Obi is not president. No, Obi is not president. So if you can stay on the man that is the president, who happens to be a consummate criminal,
who
happens to be a consummate criminal, right? One man.
You are stuck with him for 8 years, so you might.
No. I'm not stuck with him for 8 years.
All right.
I am not stuck with him for 8 years, and don't be deceived. This certificate thing wasn't really exhausted in this election. It's still going to come up in the next election.
And so the FBI files, and the FBI files,
and the FBI files, everything is going to come up in the next election. So stop talking about 8 years. Maybe
we still don't know the secondary school they went to and all of that.
We still don't know. We can't be supporting an alien. I don't even know if it's from the southwest. At this point,
in 2027, are you?
One man. You see, one man. That's one thing I always talk when it has to do with elections. I always tell people there are numbers politicians can rig. No matter how corrupt Tinubu is, there are numbers that he can rig, and that's the reason why I'm calling on obedience. That prior that 2027 preparation for 2027 starts today.
The only way that that movement can gain traction would be to abandon Peter Obi. Is a toxic brand.
One man. The thing there is that for you, it's a toxic brand to you, and it's like we weren't thinking about you when we were doing the obedient thing. So no problem. You can still stay there. Don't come in. We don't want people like you to come in and start. Who are you going to bring in? Ajele Koko. Who are you going to nominate? Who are you going to nominate to even
an obedient too? We are all obedient.
No. Ajele Koko job ship is easily. He cannot be an obedient. We are fanatics in this business, one man. We are real fanatics. There's nothing you can tell us. It's like you're talking to Muhammad, or you're talking about Jesus Christ. We are not taking anything as obedient. The issue about good governance and Nigeria working is what we really look up to. That is what we are fighting. It's a passion for us, and we're going to continue to fight towards it.
So you suddenly reached an epiphany because you were 18 months Nnamdi Kanu, so you've now reached this epiphany.
Which Nnamdi Kanu? I was never in support of Nnamdi Kanu. I have never been a supporter of him. So I don't know where the Nnamdi Kanu narrative is coming from. One man. Elections are gone.
Giving it 2 weeks for that energy to move back to the Biafra narrative. 2 weeks.
And one man, I have never been.
Not you personally. That energy space. I'm giving it.
And one man, it does not matter if they decide to do so. If they decide to do so, it is well within their rights to do so. That is not my business. I don't have control over what other people are going to do. But what my own thing is, I am talking straight to the obedient and to tell them what we've accomplished. And a critical part of success is appreciation. We have to appreciate what we have been able to accomplish. Then we sit back and look towards the future. That is what really matters to me. Not all this trying to badmouth Obi or paint him black. No, one man. That is a fair. It's a foregone case. One man, you cannot bring down Obi. hundreds of you cannot bring down Obi. I was the other day, I was listening to Abure, and Abure said, Abure was saying
about that movement because
hold on, one minute. No, the movement ain't going nowhere. The party oppositions can remain party oppositions, but the street opposition had been formed, and we are not going anywhere. Even if they ban social media, we will always find a way to link up and to speak against government and speak against the ills of the day. Obi is going to be there whether you like it or not, unless probably, I don't pray so, that maybe God decide to take him. But the idea of your principal, and I know that some of them are listening to your show, the idea of trying to arrest Peter Obi is going to be Tinubu's doom. And I dare him on your show, one man. I dare him. You know, all this while everybody has been going like it's like we're spaghetti. Nobody is talking, right? The day Tinubu tries it, I dare him to try it. I dare him to arrest Obi because Obi has done nothing.
Can be threatening the president.
Gumi has not been arrested for the comment he made.
Can you hear?
Let me tell you. One man.
I'm trying to ask you a question, but it seems to be stuck in his gun.
If he opens the window, you know Joel now, he likes to push it hard.
I mean, this sermon is belated. We don't really need all this epiphany / sermon and all that. Look, you guys did great, Joel. You are more or less like the conscience of Nigerian politics. I'm talking about the movement itself, whether it has hidden an agenda or for political gain or whatever it is. Look, I wanted to ask you a question. I don't want to give out everything I wanted to say. Joel, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay. So my question to you is this. What role do you see Obi playing going forward? I mean, considering his past, the present, and what do you foresee him, the role he's going to play, in Nigerian politics, personally, and what do you see him doing for the benefit of Nigeria?
Okay, I cannot tell you what he will do, but I will tell you what I expect of him. I expect him to really bring the obedience very much closer. Have a single purpose.
Not going to happen.
By now we start having to look inward, because if you look at what we have in the National Assembly today, it is not the kind of characters. It is not the kind of what the right was to use. The kind of one man. What's the word I'm going to use? But I mean, it's not the kind of people that we want to be in there. So one of the things we want to do, or we expect him to do, is start now to look for those leaders so that we can plug in those positions. Because talking without filling up these positions would not make no sense. And filling those positions with people that would normally switch when they get into power is also as good as doing nothing. So these are the things, these are the areas I would expect him, to really tackle, so that we can have a better ground, especially also with pre-election registration. We are going to be hard on that one. So these are the things that we expect to do, because right now it is over, but we are hopeful that in 2027 that we are going to move forward and give it another shot. Besides that, we intend to be opposition. Not just like a hateful opposition, we have to give response to every, and I'm talking about the Labour Party now, every policy of government, whether right or wrong. We have to come out and talk against it, because as it is right now, I don't think the PDP, I don't know where they are right now. So these are the things that we expect. We have to we have to be in the news for the right or wrong reasons. Like Donald Trump said.
But are you going to be in the news in the same format that you were in the course of this election? or are you going to peter it down and adopt a civilized tone? And do you think that that space has the capacity for civilized conversation?
One man, there's no civility in Nigeria.
All right.
If you're asking me, if you're asking me,
is it the buru bara? You still
no. One man, the issue there is this, right? The issue there is this, right?
For 4 years, you'll be doing the same.
We have. That's why I said, look, opposition from the political party will resemble what you want to hear, like something that is more official and all that. But when you come to the street, we cannot guarantee any of that.
We've not found that language yet within that space, and that is why I'm saying that people. I'm not saying like myself, but people, you know, of a certain sort of functioning outside of just that gnashing of the teeth and howling at the moon, you know, to move it away, you know, to take that energy and give it purpose. Yes. That's how we have to go.
One man.
Otherwise, you'll just be jabba for 4 years.
I get where you're coming from. All I'm only saying is this to you, one man, that part you're talking about will be done by like the party. But when you come to the street, there is no way you can gauge or control people on social media. They will always do what they want to. But the news has value. Is very important. That noise is very, very important. So what we are saying is just this, one man. We have the official woto and we have the street woto. And both of them will be working together to ensure that we get the kind of government that Nigeria rightly deserves. One man, please permit me. I'm going to move away from this issue very, very quickly.
Yes.
And then let me talk to this, and let me talk about this headline that I saw here.
Before you do that, let Ekene in. I stopped him. He wanted to come in.
Sorry. Go ahead. Ekene, come in.
Yeah, Joel, thank you very much. Your fellow obedient from Nigeria. I wanted to come in when one man was talking about removing Obi from the picture. Because of his associate with Abacha and and all that. So, but you see, we know him that you asked him the role he played during Abacha. He led a protest about the congestion of the port during Abacha time. He led a protest and took the government to court, which he won, and Abacha gave him that position to clear that port, which he did.
They call that a juicy portfolio in Nigerian politics.
I don't know, but he led a protest. He acted as a nation. He acted as someone that loved his country, and took the government to court. He won, and that position was given to him to clear that port, which he did diligently. So if you are referring that as an associate of Abacha regime and all that, I don't know.
Yeah, is he not a functionary of the Abacha administration?
During that Abacha,
a military junta.
I don't know, but during that, he led a protest.
No, you do know. You've already said it. You said it was.
However you want to paint it.
However you want to paint it, but
please. Let me finish.
And put this in
the proper perspective. So
let me land.
Where is the morality?
It was a bad.
One man, let me correct this. Yes. It's an historical. Let me put the historical.
Let me land now.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let Baba put that perspective, and then you land.
You used one word, Ekene. You said he led a protest. It did not lead a protest. They got an appointment with Asurok through Major Mustafa, to see Abacha. That is the cartel, the traders cartel, the importers cartel. It's not a protest. They were invited there through the application they have written before, and they put their case forward about the congestion of the port. And Abacha thought it wise in his own wisdom to say, okay, who is your leader of this group? If that is what you want, let him be the chairman of the decongestion committee. So he did not lead the protest. It is
No
not
matter how you, Baba, I
form.
understand your point, but the only thing is that he made his point, and it was granted
sure,
to him.
Sure.
So,
I won't deny that.
Even in that period, there was a story that he rejected an oil block during that period also. So one man doesn't like to share all those ones. He only share the ones that he wants.
I never heard that one.
Okay, you never. You can go and check it. You also see it. You only see the one that you use to paint your narrative, but you never see the one that he rejected an oil block.
No,
you never see that one. During that the same Abacha period, you never see that one that he rejected an oil block. So all those things are an antecedent built right from time. You cannot take it away from him. And just like Bugaje said, Obi really spoke to the issue of the Nigerian youth. And that was why he got his followers. And they still believe in him. No matter whether you want to remove him out of the picture or not. The man, you cannot, that old man from the north that recommended him, that praised him, that said that that a lot of people that is angry with APC and PDP found Obi comfortable. You cannot be wiser than him. And as far as that man has given him that recommendation, people like me still believe in him. Unless, if you can bring up somebody that will read his antecedent like this, rejected an oil block during that Abacha period, because you never said that. The only thing you said that he was corrupt on that.
You can't say he rejected an oil block because that's not a verified. That's just a fables.
Okay, you can, but you also bring also your news here now, which I don't know how verified it. But this
public knowledge now that
okay, whether you want to make it, I'm also making my own claim, my own submission, and what I know him for.
Yeah, but
so you cannot take it away from him.
Look, it's a gazetted fact in governance that Abacha gave Peter Obi an appointment. You know that, everybody knows that. But this your oil block something is.
And one man he did the job. What is the problem?
And he did his job.
I'm not even thinking that. I don't know if he did it or not, but if he did it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I don't want to go towards a good luck. I don't want to go towards good luck period. But if I don't have enough time for that. It's somebody's space. But if I have time, I would also go to that good luck period. What he did and how he did his job. So, but I don't want to go there. But Obi still remain what he is. And Joel, we are doing everything. We are calm. We are okay. We are building. 2027.
Thank you very much.
All right, back
one
to
man. One man. Before we proceed, Joel. Just 1 second. One man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I would suggest. Well, I don't want us to stay too long on this. You know, it can sound the everybody's opinion around instead of just stuck with one person that will keep going the rabbit hole for topic and certainly you know what I'm trying to say. So let's make it sharp, instead of just continuing to drag things that are not really pertinent to the topic of the day.
All right, it's the interjections. That's why I tried to pull it back. There were only 4 of us to start off with, so we needed to expand it. But back to you, Joel.
So one man, talking about Bajamila. One man, I don't know. I like him. My thing is this, one man. I don't know what is going on around Tinubu's government because I do not think that he has control over his government. And this guy, I think, it could be a witch hunting. Is there a cabal within the cabal? Because look, there is something that man did. I don't know if you remember last year when Tinubu was when he won the nomination, and they were somewhere. I don't know what they were doing that day, and Tinubu purposely walked past what's his name, Osibanjo, right, and went to greet somebody. On his way back, the way GBAJABIAMILA called Tinubu's attention to recognize the presence of Osibanjo. One man, that singular act caught my heart. This man is a good man. I don't know what he's going through. I don't know if this is true, but if it is true, then probably he should be they should get rid of him. But one man, I'm still thinking that this guy, and because when you look at his, I don't see him as somebody that is very vocal. I don't see him as somebody that would want to get into too much fight. I see him as someone like, if you say, hey, and this is the problem, you say, hey, can you go? I think that's the kind of person. He's not like into this boju kind of politics. I just leave it. I don't know what is going on, but one man, that is my take on BAJABIAMILA. One man, and lastly, please, right. 1 minute. Lastly, the case of ROTIMI AMAECHI.
Yes.
Is the case of River State and how they have been used over the years, within different government at different times and dumped. It happened with Orderly, it happened with AMAECHI, and most likely it's still going to happen with Wike. They never learn. But one thing that is instructed that he said, that Nigeria are the most, in summary, what he's trying to say is that we are very docile, that to the point that, remember when we were saying that if the way people were supporting Buhari, that even if Buhari sleep with their wife, they're still going to blame their wife. So we are so docile, we cannot do anything. We cannot even speak out to God. We cannot even protest. Just some few weeks back, we protested about Mobad, but we cannot protest against things that has to do with our livelihood against the government. So it's so sad. One man, thank you for the opportunity, and I yield the floor.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Stay with us, we'll move it around quickly. We go Baba, Ajanle Koko, Dewale, and then we continue to move it around. Move it around just as quickly as we can. Baba, you're up next. And Baba, in the course of previous conversations, you have never really been, you've never been sold on this idea of GBAJABIAMILA. It looks just too paperweight, both in terms of his physical presentation and his antecedents in politics, to occupy that sensitive and pivotal role. A lot of people were surprised that Fashola did not get that post, and very quickly, barely 3 months in, people are already chanting GBAJABIAMILA out. Baba.
Yeah, thank you, one man, for the opportunity, and continue to enjoy your weekend, like everybody on the platform. I also want to commend the people in the comment section, those that are their presence today, like Crown, Adiremi, Adiola, Oshuleti, Opomulero, Kulata, Soma, Joel, Badejo, and Prince Ogiame, and of course our able ace, Sir Alexander Gomez, and all those listening that have not come on board yet, Fatai, Princess, Dupsy, and all of them, Chioma, I salute you all. Keep on shooting. Yes, woman, please, our listeners, able listeners, please like and share and subscribe to this program. But the most important right now, which you can do, because we are many behind the scene listening, please click the like button. So also do share and subscribe as soon as you can before the program fills up. Thank you, one man. The budgeting, yes, it's what we have at the moment. It's not the best. Fashola is not ready for the government. He said that vehemently. He's been in government like 16 years, even about 20 years non-stop, because he was Tinubu's chief of staff during the second term. So he's tired. He's a very, very brilliant administrator and a lawyer too, who knows his onions. But unfortunately, he said he's tired, so we have to leave him alone. Let's maybe another 2 years, we'll let him rest. He's the best for that position, actually, because he's fearless. And for the GBAJABIAMILA thing, I think there is a dysfunctionality with any government or every government all over the world is just not Nigerian. Any new government in power. I remember Clinton's era with people like Didi Myers, George Stephanopoulos, and they were all there. They could not get a grip of what is happening in America. Well, they were all wondering that what are these small chaps doing all over the place with their ears plugged with Walkman then. And also, we fast forward to Trump's era, where the children, the in-laws are all over the place in the White House. There's always dysfunctionality. I think in another 3 months, when they are going towards their first 12 months, I think things will settle down a little bit. But for GBAJABIAMILA, I think it's an in-house thing. But it's not about money. No. It's not taking money from anybody. Influence peddling, yes. That's one of the functional things of a government, influence peddling. But it's not about money exchanging, and that is taking it to the height of absurdity. But I read Alexander Gomez's comment a short while ago. He really nailed it. But he nailed it in that his comment, what is happening in that environment at the moment. But it will settle down in a way. It will settle down. I don't think he's taking money from anybody. The job is overwhelming. Chief of staff is like a shadow president. He keeps his itinerary on daily basis. Not only this question of appointments, even party bigwigs like Ababa Konde, Chief Oshoba, and the likes of them, those we consider big wigs of that of Tinubu circle. They are also complaining. You understand? So it's a thing of a new government thing. It happens everywhere. So even though I don't like him, I never wanted him to take the C, to be the C of COS, but it's what we have at the moment. So we have to cut him some slack and just hope that he will correct all his mistakes. That's what I have to say about GBAJABIAMILA.
Baba, sorry, I just wanted to ask you a question, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what is the main thing that you don't like about him? I mean, he's humane, he's intelligent.
Look, for COS, you have to be ready to acquire enemies, plenty of them, and you must be bold and forceful. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. And those you don't want around, like the chairman of APC at the moment, is a bad influence. He has an office inside Aso Rock. That shouldn't be the case. That's one of the problems he's having. And there is one other form. Alex, he commented on that, but it will be corrected. You know, because GBAJABIAMILA is more like a family.
If the chairman of APC, because this is the same thing we are experiencing with Emefiele, you know, the person that sent him, you left him alone, right? And you arrested Emefiele. In this particular one, the person you are meant to blame, who is the person in charge of the Aso Rock? Is it not Tinubu? If he says that he doesn't want the APC chairman to have an office there, then it's on him. Why must he be the chief of staff? I mean,
So you are mixing it now. I'm talking about the chairman of the party, Ganduje.
That's what I'm saying. Now you say he has an office in Aso Rock, right?
Yes, correct.
That's what I'm saying. Who is in charge of Aso Rock? It's not Tinubu.
Of course,
he does not want him.
But GBAJABIAMILA really should be the person in charge of Aso Rock, because Tinubu should not have you know,
no, when I say Ganduje has an office there, it's not like it's a function of the president, but like it comes there. There is this, like, even you go ordinarily to the banks, I mean, as a customer, a notable customer in good standing, they have a space where you can even do your quick walk while waiting for something which you are for approval or anything. So that's what I meant by saying he has an office, not like it's a function of Aso Rock.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that I think he will settle down to it at the moment because he's a shadow president. It's not a small work. His work is 24 hours. 24 hours. And Tinubu even alluded, no, I know it was Fashola who said in one of his interviews that, look, Tinubu has a habit of even calling you at 3 a.m. and discussing a particular file. So you can sleep with him. If he doesn't sleep, you don't sleep. So COS is like, I don't know, 24 hours is on, and it's not an easy thing. So one man, that's my take on GBAJABIAMILA.
All right, let me take you to a different space. ROTIMI AMAECHI, he has been, you know, he's back in the spotlight, curiously, and some of the things he said, always controversial, of course, a lot of it still reflecting someone still somewhat licking his wounds from elections just gone by. But some of the things that he did say that these are surrender it to God and surrender it to this. Don't rock the boat mentality of Nigerians. He's somewhat indicating that it's a form of docility, that they will surrender again, that here is another 4 years, you have 4 years. BUHARI came and went, and another 8 years is taken from your life, and another 8 years is taken from your life. So this lack of insistent response for change by the Nigerian person, he identifies that. Do you agree with his commentaries?
Look, I listened to him. I don't take him as a serious person. He's just lucky, and he has this sense of righteousness, even though like every human being is not clean. You understand? And he's playing with HADIZA. If he knows whose father that girl is, that woman rather, he should just avoid that Fulani woman. She is the daughter of Professor BALA USMAN of Ahmadu Bello University, a very activist, outspoken, someone who troubled the military government, who Babangida feared. Anybody that knows Professor BALA USMAN, and I don't think the fruit falls far from the tree. Because the lady is making some assertion. ROTIMI has to be very careful. Very careful, because he handled some aspect of he was the Minister of Transport. And what went down in that ministry, it's not above board or very clean paper. So he has to be very careful, because I heard him talking about Nigerians don't react, Nigerians don't do this. Look, we have evolved. We have evolved. The citizenry, they are very wise. No one is ready to die for anybody unless you are ready to lead from the front. If you want to bring the government down, bring your family, go in front, stand at Jibo and Yaba, and everybody will come join you. Nobody's going to die for you anymore. A lot of Nigeria, a lot of parents have lost their children right from the 60s, 70s. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. So he should not just deceive himself. Nobody's going to whip anybody into actions that will destabilize the government. We may not be on a cruise, but the boat has to be steadied. So that's my take on ROTIMI AMAECHI. And of course, what's it called? It's Nemesis. Wike is there, waiting for him to go out of town. Because the last time, about 3 years, about 3 years, he was going to speak out of town. Wike made only one statement. He said, my friend, stop there, or I will start from your wife. And ROTIMI AMAECHI stayed clear. So they are from university together, they serve themselves, they know themselves. So he has to be very careful with even Wike also. So, woman, let's go on.
I was just going to say, Baba, just imagine this, the level of depression that Rotimi Amechi must be under. So
He put himself there.
For all of the monies that is spent towards that primaries, he was categorically defeated. And then his arch enemy, Yemsen Wike, he won that presidential election via his candidate. And then he now straddles Abuja as the minister there. And there is Rotimi Amechi hopping from one rostrum to the other, making speeches that Nigerians are docile. This is a man that is subsumed with depression.
Why wouldn't he say that when he won the first election based on nothing? I mean, he was just lucky. I'm sure he has given up hope to be a governor. And voila, from nowhere, he came back through the courts. And he spent his 8 years. And not only that, he went ballistic. Rivers State is one of the, I think, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Delta, I'm not sure, with Ibori. They are the 3 states that have private jets for their governors. Even Lagos State, with all its riches, don't have private jet for the governor's lodge. So I don't blame him.
All right, let me take you to the space, Baba.
One man, before you move, right? Let me help Baba a little bit. Let me just chip in. I'll be fast with it. The politics and the culture of the Equaries has to be put in play. Now, the Equaries would tell you that instead of them trusting someone from the southeast, that they rather trust someone from the north. So there's a culture, of deferring always to the north. They always see the north as superior. So we should understand that. And Palmer Clinic is owned by Peter Orderly, and that was how he adopted Rotimi Amechi. And all of them were just guys, friends. And today it was like handing over to your friend. When you leave power, you hand over to your friend. And to be frank with you, between the 3 of them, I would say Wike and Rotimi performed much, much better than Orderly. Orderly was stinkingly corrupt. But they always make this mistake during elections. They always tend to, go towards the north, especially during the election. Or, but to anything that has to do with the north, because they always see them as superior. And it has always bound them. In fact, during Orderly's time, Orderly was giving 250 million to every emir. Orderly bought everywhere. Orderly bought. Who are you? Obi of Onisha, Oba of Lagos, Oni of Ife, all of them. Any first-class chief was 250 million.
Because he wanted to be president.
Because he wanted to be president. It took only OBJ to stop Orderly. It took only OBJ to stop Orderly. And OBJ stopped him because of his hypocrisy. So I think they never learn. They never learn when it comes to such politics. But go ahead.
Well, I wondered. I stayed in, not like stay, but there is hardly, out of 30 days in a month, in the 80s, I stay at least 10 days in Port Harcourt. I use Port Harcourt as base to go into the creeks, up to Bonny and everywhere, actually. And I've always wondered what the problem is with the Ikwere and the Igbos. Because I just don't know. There is this fierce.
It is back.
It is back to the war, actually. Yeah, I know that. And I don't want to go into all of that, because if you stay in Port Harcourt, you will know that I don't know. We talk of maybe Yoruba Igbo, but the Ikwere and Igbo is a different ballgame entirely. But I pray God to settle on that. One man.
Baba, I'll just wrap it up. The issue there is this, right? It's still the same issue we have, with around Nigeria. Those narratives are being propagated by the leadership at the leadership level. We have married each other more than any tribe in Nigeria. In fact, an average Equatorial man is married to an Igbo woman. That is how it is.
You all are Igbos as far as I'm concerned.
I'm telling you, that's how bad it is. Like, in fact, it's just. I mean, I think we're going to need a day to just discuss the Equatorial Igbo. But my brother, I love them a lot, and they are great people. They are great people. But some of these things can be worked on.
You guys have work on your hand. You better do that because they are your brothers. Yeah, one man. Let's go ahead.
All right, Baba, let me take you. And by the way, we'll bookmark that because I'm also interested. Or maybe when we get to the other phase, when we gone through everybody,
it's a full day.
Yes, because I have thoughts there as well. But we'll hold that till when we get towards Thomas's section. But Baba, this is something that is long overdue, and I always thought that this was even the case. Treat all gunshot victims without police report. So this is the Inspector General of Police speaking to the medical space. Let me just give you his words. It says, I forward here with a copy of letter blah, 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 dated the 3rd of October 2023, received from the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the above underlined subject. I'm right to convey the directive of the Inspector General of Police that to comply with and enforce the provision of compulsory treatment and care for victims of Gunshot Act 2017 without any hesitation. The Inspector General of Police further directs that to make this a subject of lecture and circulate widely for the members of public to be aware of our compliance with the national law. So it says, Acting Inspector General of Police has directed medical personnel across the country to treat gunshot victims without police report. I think this comes off the back of the storyline of that one chance girl in Abuja that apparently ended up in a hospital, and they were dilly-dallying waiting for the police input, and the girl lost her life. So long overdue, Baba.
Well, I don't know how we entered into that. I think it happened. I think it's one of those things we inherited from the military, because it's barbaric. How can you say a doctor, I will see a patient dying, whether it's even Satan, a doctor sees that is dying? It is the work of the doctor to treat Satan. How much more an armed robber? But I am glad civility is coming into play, because they drove the fear of God into all the doctors, because a lot of them has run into trouble with the government on this, because when they do it on compassion basis in those days, and they end up having problems with the government and have to spend lots of money to extricate themselves out of the cases. And it is normal. I think it will even help the police. Somebody that has been brought with gunshot injury or machete or things like that, you put him there while treating him, call the police. The nearest police station, you should have their number. I have somebody here with some strange cuts on his body or a bullet inside him. Could you come? We are treating him. And the police will come within minutes or 1 hour. And then the interrogation will start. Because it just doesn't make sense that somebody is injured, is carrying bullet wound. You don't know whether it's a victim or a perpetrator of armed robbery act. And you are rejecting, and he said, police should go and bring police report. The same thing they do to rape victims in those days. And things like that. So I'm glad but it's not even the first IG that will instruct them to ignore that regulation. It's not the first one. And I hope this time around, the IG meant it, and then the doctors will listen also without fear and go ahead and do their jobs. That is the important thing here.
Baba, Ekrole, good evening, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, Thomas speaking. Good evening, everyone. One man, good evening.
Good evening.
Do you know a criminal have the rights to live? Even though you caught, yes,
that's why I use the word Satan.
Yes, Yes, not even talk less of somebody that accidentally shot. You know, you understand what I mean? Even a criminal has the right to live. So in any circumstances, anybody shouldn't be ignored. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, one man.
You know, you're perfectly right, Baba. It's not as though thank you, Thomas. You know, you're perfectly right. It's not as though somebody that has been shot is a flight risk. It's not as though he's going to jump through the window.
He's
so
lame already.
You can treat him and call the police. So why all of these police reports? So how many lives have even been lost to that level of stupidity?
Hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. So let's move on, woman.
All right, let me take you to the space, and then after this, I'll go on to Ajanle Koko. No permanent friends, no permanent foes, only permanent interests. You've come across that phrase. Nigerian tweets lambast Labour Party stalwart Kate Henshaw for heading APC's Governor Uzodinma's second-term fundraiser. So this is a lady that hammered tooth and nail for Peter Obi. But now that the results have come in and they've sent Obi back to Oka, she's boarded the next train to Imo State Central. So she now jumps ship to join the APC. And she's not the first one, by the way. We saw just a couple of days ago, Tonto Dike do the exact same thing. So they're now raging and riding at her on Twitter. But really, it's just a case of, I've served you, you serve no purpose. Let me look for my dollar somewhere else. So, Kate Henshaw, Baba.
Well, Kate, no woman. I don't think she's jumping ship. I think she's still an obedient, but Onwa is a very special man. You understand? I'm very, very generous. Not even pre-politics. So, and Kate is... don't push me, don't ask me plenty question, but I would just put it. Kate was, until she moved to Lekki, was a Surulere girl, and Onwa is a papa man. So, and most of the Hollywood people, they come to us, Papa, to get their money to fund their home movies in those days. So it all goes back to that period of 90s, throughout the 90s and things like that. So you don't forget your friends. You have to work for your friends. So that's how much I'll put it. But let's go to that Bwala's video, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you see it earlier, or did you see it when I just played
No,
it now?
no, I read it, but I saw the video when you put it up. You understand? And that's an indication of where we are going. And it's politics I do not like. You understand? Wanting to be with the winners all the time. We all cannot sleep and face one direction. It is not good for modern democracy. Because a lot of things has been happening since that Supreme Court judgment. Do you know 2 House of Rep members, LP, have joined APC since Thursday? They have crossed carpet. And I could see lots of that coming more. Even operatives like Bwala, already, most of them are, do I say, embody their obedience, but in heart, they are APC. They are all Tinubu's boys. For whatever happened, even including Okonkwo. Even including Okonkwo. Kenneth, you understand? But now that...
Even including Dele Momodu.
Leave that one, Badabo. Look, the thing is, they should stay the course. Their course is okay, minus Obio. Their course is okay. They should continue to band together as a force. As a force. they should not think of maybe breaking the ranks, because we need a robust opposition, a loud voice, vociferous one that will always keep the government, give them sleepless nights. This is the function of what they should really direct their energy into until the next election. Because this cross-carpeting and dissipating their strength, or just looking over the fence to jump and then because of stomach or anything, no. That is not very good. A man should stand as a man. That is what I have to say. Because when I saw him now talking, analyzing the rules of the G5, and I think he didn't even do a good job of it. Because if you look at Wike, River State, Makinde, Oyo, Ugwuanyi, Enugu, and Ikpeazu, Abia, and Otom, Benue, Wike delivered his state. Makinde delivered. Otom couldn't deliver because he himself, Otom from beginning said, look, yes, we are fighting against Atiku for usurping the place of the Southern presidency. So I'm going to support Obi. It's either Obi or Tinubu. I'm going for Obi, because we all know that's his excuse that somebody punked them into this. That's not true. They all know their stand, even though Wike was saying, no, I'm not supporting anybody. I'm just against the power going back to the north, the power shift and things like that. We all know definitely by his action, by his body language, he was and he is a Tinubu person. Yes, sir.
Yeah, even the guy don't even know what he's saying, because even Ikpeazu himself said that even in the southeast, he cannot even say anything against Obi. So it's even very difficult for him to campaign in the southeast against Obi. The same thing to
is it not LP that won Abia from
LP1? So the guy is just talking because
he's not analyzing it well. He's not analyzing it well at all. And that is, I just
do you not think that those the composition of that G5, they all had different agendas? Because Autumn clearly an Obi man, he didn't even shy away from it. He
said it.
But Wike always has been Tinubu man. We all knew that, and Makinde, of course, followed the Yoruba line. Remember when they were having some, he sent his deputy to some Afenifere meeting, and he said whatever they decide there is what he will follow, knowing full well that they're going to back their son. So those two ones, they were embedded Tinubu people, but Autumn, a demonstrably clear Obi man. And then the rest of them, I don't know, Ekpeazu, he of course had to follow the tribal lines. So they were divergent and disparate sort of wishes and wants and pushes.
Ekpeazu and Ugwuanyi actually don't stand any chance.
And ultimately, Wike and Makinde played them.
Yeah, they didn't play them. It was like, okay, let's band together, and we are all Atiku's. Atiku is our enemy. Himself and what's the name of that chairman again? Who Atiku sacrificed his life for?
Ayochayu.
I mean, it's like, how do I put it? It's like Tinubu jazzed them. Let me just put it in the local parlance. It's like Tinubu jazzed them. Remove Ayu and let the only thing these people are using as an excuse, remove the person and follow the thing until you get the presidency. Because the Yoruba says when you don't have the butt of the sword in your hand, don't go asking for the death that kill your father. If not, the death that kill your father will kill you. Remove the man and then you kowtow to them, and it's in an election. It will be over. You will be the president, and you can do anything you want to do. But his talk to is gone. He's talked as if he someone jazz him. I can't believe he did that to himself. He shot himself in the foot. He shot himself in the foot. Because I can imagine, though I know Wike and Co will have manufactured another excuse anyway. Because I don't think they will be part of a team that will want Buhari to go, and another Fulani man will rule us for another 8 years. They will have manufactured another excuse. So Ayu was just Ayu was just a perfect excuse for them. So, but he will have challenged, he will have tested that thing by removing the Ayu, and let's see what they will do again, or what they will say. But he didn't do that. So he gave them the perfect excuse, and he got it coming. So I don't know, all this struggle is now struggling. I think he's coming up with a press conference on Monday. I don't even know what he's going to say. I've tried to speculate on what will he say. I don't know. And for the OB circle, I think they should be very careful. Very, very careful, because most of them, the Akwa Ibom governor, have congratulated Tinubu. Diri was there to congratulate him. Adeleke has done the same thing. These are all PDP people, but there are the people from the LP.
Baba,
yeah.
Don't you think the opposition, they are just fighting for their state? You know what I mean now?
Of course, you have to be part of the center to get all the benefit for your people. You must be a stupid governor to thumb your nose at the center, because your people will not get anything other than statutory required. Because I don't blame, I like what the Akwa Ibom governor did, because you have a lot of things to gain from the federal government, who is the owner of the POS, the national POS. So, but the functionary of the obedient movement, like I read somewhere, there this Laoye, you understand, who congratulated Tinubu, and they are descending on the guy. They will lose friends. They will lose friends by doing that. There is nothing wrong in congratulating the president. After all, it's going to be there only 4 years. We'll go. And the guy said, look, let's congratulate this man, but let's stick together so that we can band together, and in the next 4 years we go in for another election. And they descended on him. They start calling him names, and I really felt for him that, look, what are these people doing to themselves? I don't know. Baba, they have to stop that. Yeah.
What do you think, even in the opinion of the space, threatening Obi, that if he dares it, he will not, they would deal with him? If he dares, what is your opinion on that? Because
you mean
who said that? Who said that?
In the obedience space. They
you know the problem now, when we say the tail is wagging the dog, Obi has put himself in a mess. In a mess. I don't know how he's going to get out of the vice grip of the obedient movement. They own him. He doesn't own the obedient movement. They own him. He's their arrowhead. If he refused to listen to them, or took a step out of turn, it's better he commits suicide. What they would
do gave him the threat, though. It's a serious one, or they gave him the threat. It's a serious one.
No, he himself knows. He knows. Obi knows. Obi knows. There's nothing he can do about it. He's in a one-chance obedient boss. So whatever they want to do with him, they will do with him. He must not take a step without their approval. He's in trouble. I don't envy his position. You know, when you write, you have to think how you are going to
even to change political party now, it will be very difficult. To change political party will be very difficult for him. Yeah, unless they approve a political party for him.
It's riding on the back of a tiger. And when you ride on the back of a tiger, oh, fine. Calm down now. You can come down. You can climb down. If not, if you try to climb down, the tiger will devour you. The tiger will devour you. So that is the problem. I don't have his position. He just have to ride the wave. He has to ride the wave. So whatever, but I think what will happen next is they are going to destabilize PDP. Wike cannot work with OP. LP is dysfunctional. I think they should just register a new party. They have the money. They have the people of diaspora working for them. They should just form a party and start the work of 2027 now, like yesterday. Like yesterday. But I don't envy Obi at all. I don't want to be in his position.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Baba, as always. So thank you, Baba. So hold station, Baba. Let's take the conversation on to Ajanle Koko. And I think Baba already opened up that space. Article to address Nigerians on Monday after Supreme Court verdict on Tinubu. So now, I was going to say much anticipated, but there is some anticipation, but I'm not sure it is much of an anticipation. There is nothing that article would say that will change the course of governance for at least the next 4 years. But article has two options, isn't it? It can either be statesmanly or it can double down on the narrative that is that's been propelling all the way through. He did tell us in his last broadcast that he would abide by whatever it is that the Supreme Court said. But what is your anticipation of Atiku Abubakar's commentaries on Monday, Ajanle Koko? Ajanle Koko.
Oh, thank you, one man. And, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, Atiku, I'll be looking forward to him to show leadership, to show statesmanship, and to show that he's a man of his word. In his last media interaction or word press, or what do I say it, he promised Nigerians that he will abide by whatever decision, whatever ruling that Supreme Court comes out with. Now that Supreme Court has affirmed Tinubu as the president of Nigeria, so we want to hear from him a congratulatory message, and maybe before then, like on Sunday night, or even tomorrow, we can send congratulations to him to show it to all Nigerians that is a man that believes in the law of Nigeria, because he contested to govern Nigeria, but unfortunately he couldn't win. So however, I would not be surprised if he didn't send any message of congratulation, if he didn't show that he's abiding by the ruling of Supreme Court, because the route that he took in terms of his inquiry into the certificate of Tinubu and the legal matter he took up in the United States, and the way he went that far, and with all that he did, considering the friendship among them, I won't be surprised at all. They've been long-time friends, I can say they've been friends since 90s, during the day of SDP, even before the day of SDP, when they have this Yaradua, the senior Yaradua, the
Yes,
former.
they were both from the stable of Shehu Musa now. Both of
Yes,
them,
so,
they came from his school.
yeah, they both both of them are from the same political school of Shehu Yaradua. So, and he was the senior member of that group. He was a leader to Ashiwaju, and they've been together. And Ashiwaju had.
No, point of correction about the Legoco. It wasn't a leader to Achuaju. They were both strategists in his camp. Nobody was chosen as the leader.
No, don't let whoever that told you that is lying. Even if it's Ashiwaju himself saying that, he wasn't factual. He was his leader. Yaradua was the most senior, and he was second in command in that organization.
Where did you get that from, Evangelist?
That's what I know.
You know, I mean, you point us to where any platform that where you're able to fact check that.
The senior, the leader of Tinubu in Lagos back then was Chief Dako Sarumi, and Chief Dako Sarumi was one of the leaders of that organization in Nigeria. You understand? And Tinubu was not the leader from Lagos. It's Chief Dako Sarumi. And while Atiku was a national leader. So Tinubu was just one of the leaders.
So is it not trying to say Atiku was a protege of Yaradua, since the fact that Tinubu belongs to Sarumi's camp and Atiku belongs to Yaradua and they match at the national level?
No, Sarumi camp belonged to Yaradua, and the foremost leader of Sarumi camp is Chief Sakwadarumi in Lagos. So Tinubu was one of the leaders in Lagos, but not the top leader in that group.
I beg to differ on this issue.
Well, you can find out, but at least I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you what I know for fact. And whoever that want to lie or want to say anything contrary can come up with his own fact. But this is what I know because I participated, and I'm telling you the fact of it. So
Sarumi belonged to Primrose or something like that.
He's the leader of Primrose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the leader. I mean, he was the leader of Primrose.
Adale Koko, can't you imagine all these small boy like Adewale arguing with the old people?
Let me correct that impression. I lived through it. I knew it. I understood it. So it's not a matter
I was
of
just joking. No, I was just joking.
So he was the leader of Primrose, and Sarumi was part of Jakonde's group in Lagos before he bolted out to form his own group when he couldn't get the ticket for the governorship of Lagos State during the SDP days. He was the one that the people wanted to be the governorship candidate, but Jakonde doesn't want him. He wants BALA. So when they manipulated the whole thing and picked BALA as the candidate of the party, so he bolted out and go and form his own group, Primrose Group. And later, and Primrose Group aligned with Yaragua PFN, and later Tinubu joined them, because Tinubu, at the beginning of this thing, Tinubu was a mobile. So, but later Tinubu joined them, and Along the way, he became the what do you call it? The senator, senatorial candidate of the party from the Primrose Group. Sponsored by the Primrose Group, and he defeated a candidate of Jakonde during that primary in Lagos, and represented the party and became the senator from the platform of SDP. So Tinubu was Atiku was the leader to Tinubu because he operated from the national, while Tinubu was one of the leaders in Lagos, and he wasn't the foremost leader. He was responsible to the leadership of Chief Dakwasarumi back then.
You got it right, 100%.
Yeah. So they've been coming a long way. And we had Atiku too. He said that when Obasanjo wanted to take him out, when they won all the Western states during the Obasanjo second term in office, when PDP won, they wanted to take Lagos State too, but he prevented it. He didn't let it happen because of who Tinubu, because of the friendship between him and Tinubu. So, and Tinubu returned the favor to him after Atiku fell out with Obasanjo by giving him the presidential candidate of the ACM. So, and the friendship between them shouldn't have led to what Atiku did by going all that far, that trying to tarnish the image of his friend. I will not do it for a friend, even if I know for fact that, oh, look, he didn't even have a certificate. I will not do it. I will look for that. I will maintain that spirit of friendship. I will keep it, and I won't want to destroy that friendship, because that friendship has went too far, beyond two of them, the wives, the children. They were part of the whole, the whole thing. They are family friend. So I will not destroy the family friendship. I will not because of politics. So he did it. So I'll be expecting him to want to restore that friendship, by sending message of congratulation, by saying that, he's open for, to work with him in any manner that that is open up for him, and he will advise him if he seek for his advice on national issue and stuff like that. So that is what I will expect from him. But if he didn't do that, I won't be surprised because of what he did in respect of the effort he made in questioning his certificate, and went too far to America to hire a lawyer, spent too much money, so much money. When he was telling us yesterday that he must have spent almost maybe 500,000, so I won't be surprised if he didn't do it as well. So, but
are you expecting Peter Obi to make his broadcast by Tuesday, coming off the back of what Atiku has to say? And are you also expecting that Peter Obi will borrow from the theme of whatever it is that Atiku has to say?
You see, one thing that I've observed between two of them is that when one speak, particularly Atiku, when he speak on the issue, the second day, or what do you call it, on that very week, if not the second day, you see Obi come out to speak. They are like a snail and the shell. Only GBAJABIAMILA, so you can't. I mean, they are just two in one, Obi and Atiku. So the same political ideology, the same economic philosophy. They be on the same ticket before. You never see Obi attack him at any time. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happened one man. If after Atiku speak, Obi come out the second day or during that very week, he come out to speak too. But I cannot. Why the delay so far is what I don't know. Why must it take them like 5 days before they respond to the Supreme Court judgment? I don't know why it has to take.
Do you think they are watching the tempo of the country to see? Because I have to say that you can visibly see the energy dissipate from the obedience space. They're still kicking a little bit, but the energy it's more or less gone from that space. You almost feel sorry for them, but you don't really. So they want to see how the country reacts, but the country is already reacting that we want to move on. So it will be counterintuitive for them to still come and be making inflammatory sort of commentaries after all of the processes has been exhausted, and especially the sort of responses they got both from the appeal court and the Supreme Court. Very counterintuitive. But then I think it's personal between Atiku and Tinubu.
Yeah, it's personal between Atiku and Tinubu because of the long-time friendship between them. But for that to be... do
you think Obi has the calculations to get it right? I think he might well misread the mood, as he often does.
No, Obi is not going to accept. It's not going to say categorically that he didn't accept, but it's going to say in the same... He's going to speak in the same line like the chairman of their party, that, well, they didn't accept, but we have to move on, something like that. And I'll be watching out if it's going to call the president. If
it's going to do Chief Tinubu again,
if it's going to do Chief Tinubu again, or if it's going to call him the president. So that's what we'll be watching for. If he didn't call him the president, that would be...
if he doesn't, then it's going against the Constitution.
Yeah, that will show that he's a lawless man and very deceitful and, just a dubious politician like every other politician in Nigeria. Because there's nothing, they don't have any argument anymore not to call him the president. They don't have any, there's nothing anymore. The law is clear. The Supreme Court has interpreted the law clearly, and the election matter, it has interpreted it clearly, and they should show leadership.
Do you expect? Sorry, Adele Koko. Do you expect in both their speeches all these references still to drug dealer, forger, and all of these things that they've been, they've been drum beaten to for 9 months? Do you still expect that tone? Because I'm expecting still that tone from Atiku and definitely Peter Obi.
That'd be very counterproductive for them, because Atiku is the Atiku doesn't have a good reputation with Nigerian people. That one is clear. So if he have to go after Tinubu to say, oh, he's a drug dealer, the certificate with this and that, he has a certificate problem too. We saw his certificate, the name change from Sadiq to Abubakar and stuff like that. We saw it, and we saw there are a lot of what is it not? There's some other. The president is boss. His boss wrote book and he describe him as a person that is unfit to lead, and a person that is very corrupt, and it's a person that Nigeria should not trust him with power. So Nigeria should not entrust power with him. So Atiku has a lot of baggages around him, and he is not the man that should be talking like that. I'll be looking forward to him to accept and then congratulate and then offer himself, for any whatsoever that the president want to use him for anything whatsoever. He should should be able to say he's open up for any engagement for the country. If the president feel if the president deem it fit to use him on anything or seek for his, he is ready to give advice anytime. They can call and do, that's what I expect for him, because he's been in the game for a long time. Since 1992, he contested the primary with Bwala and he failed. So, and since then, since we returned to this democracy in 1999, after since 2007, this guy has been in the race and he never got it. So he have to give it up. Sometimes in life you pursue one thing, you will get to a point, this thing is not for me, and you quit the stage. It is time.
Baba, Ajale Koko, please. But if you were to be Tinubu, will you go in that direction, reciprocate any hands to Atiku, despite all he has done?
Look, Tinubu is a leader of Nigeria today. He's the president. He should bring everybody closer to him. He should show leadership by not throwing anybody away. Everybody matter right now for to save Nigeria. If he feel that Obi should be used for a particular cause to save Nigeria at this moment, it's a use Obi. If Atiku is the right man to use for a particular cause to save Nigeria today, if you use Obi, and I'm expecting one thing from Tinubu. I think Tinubu should reach out to all his opponents, all his political opponents, particularly the former president Olusegun Obasanjo. Obasanjo is an international man. Obasanjo has been in that position before. Obasanjo went through the similar situation as the president of Nigeria in 1999. The economy was down. We are in serious political instability. We are in serious economic instability. We were in serious tribal. I mean, the tribal division among Nigerians back then was very, very bad too. So Obasanjo went through the similar situation we were going through now. He went through it during his time. He should be able to consult with Obasanjo to seek for his advice and invite him to Aso Rock.
Ajale Koko, after Obasanjo supported his enemy, Obi.
It doesn't
Come
matter
on now.
Look, forget about that. Politics is not like that. Leadership, position of leadership is not like that. It's not like the way you are described. You think when you are the president must not see anybody as his enemy. You are the president of everybody. And you should be able to open your door open. You should be able to open your door, wide open. You should have it open for everybody to come in. Those that matters, to come in to your office, to dialogue with you, and then, see how we can run the nation well. Because who is going to take the credit at the end of the day? It's him. if the nation gets better, as we are all looking forward to, he will take the credit. It's not going to be Obasanjo. It's not going to be Atiku. It's not going to be Obi. So he should open his door wide open rather. He should get his door wide open, reach out to all his political opponents. So, what do you call it? Atiku, Obio, and particularly Obasanjo, he should get closer to Obasanjo because Obasanjo went through this similar situation. Obasanjo consulted with leaders around the world. Most of those leaders are still existing. They can use him.
It's curious that we've not seen or heard from Obasanjo. It usually is not this quiet.
You know, Obasanjo is very calculative. Before he deliver his own position on issue, he will deliver it at the right time that will be very effective, and everybody it will be the talking point all over.
He likes punching below the belt.
Yeah, so he is a very calculative man. So he's watching, he will speak at the right time, and that whatever you say then, it's going to be the talk of the town for weeks. So Obasanjo is a strategist. So is one of the backbone of Obi. So Obasanjo can reach out. Tinubu should reach out to Obasanjo. He need Obasanjo the most now. Obasanjo should be in the front. He should use Obasanjo to repackage the image of Nigeria, because there's nowhere that Obasanjo cannot enter as far as this world is concerned. Any leader, Obasanjo can reach out to him, and they respect him. We don't respect him in Nigeria, but they respect him all over the world. So he should get Obasanjo closer and use him to get the job done. He should not throw anybody away. So, but Atiku, I'm looking forward to him to show leadership, statesmanship, and accept that, okay, this is the end of the road. I accept the ruling of the Supreme Court. I'm ready to work with the president. I'm open for anything. If the president feel he want to use him for anything, it's open. And and that is what I'm expecting for. But if he didn't do it, I won't be surprised. So Obi, I believe that Obi will be might be very reluctant to show acceptance in totality, because the forces behind him, his obedient youth, wouldn't want that, and he wouldn't like to offend them. So he will just speak in the same language that the chairman of the party delivered, and that is what I'm expecting from him. I'm not expecting the total acceptance, and I'm not expecting him to show hand of friendship with Tinubu. I'm not expecting that.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space, Jan Lekoko. This side little fight going on between HADIZA, BALA, USMAN, and ROTIMI AMAECHI. And it's a carryover from the Bwala administration, by the way. He effected her sacking as the Nigerian Ports Authority boss. And ever since then, he's been throwing out every so often a plethora of allegations against her. This woman was actually presented before a committee to defend allegations put against her. But she has now written a book. I'm actually going to try and get that book. I don't often read Nigerian, whatever it is, but I might want to read this one. She wrote a book condemning ROTIMI AMAECHI. So he claps back, alleging that she illegally awarded nearly 3 billion in contract, and then she fights. So now this back and forth between these two elements, have you been following it, and any thoughts on it?
So she wrote that AMAECHI illegally awarded 3 billion contract.
No. Amechi got her sacked as the MPA boss for sharp practices. So after the administration, she wrote a book, and in that book, she responded to somewhat a lot of the allegations that Amechi leveled against her in the course of Buhari's administration. So Amechi now, off the back of that book, comes up with this allegation that she awarded a near 3 billion naira contract without following due process. No, now she now comes to clap back again that there are false claims, and then she's now going through the details of the back and forth. But if you're not following that space, then I can take you to another talking point.
Yeah, I think what is going on is just shameful that when you have people at the top position of government talking like this in the public, she stole money or she awarded contract that she doesn't have the authority to award, and this and that. It just showed that the government they operated then was a government of that is shrouded in corrupt practices. And well, that lady was exonerated by panel of investigation because when AMAECHI alerted the president of what she saw, the corrupt practices she was, according to AMAECHI, she perpetrated. I think they suspended her, maybe they fired her, and they set up investigation. And the investigation came out that she did not commit any corrupt practices. So, but if AMAECHI is repeating now that this lady illegally awarded the contract worth of 3 billion. I think AMAECHI have a record. I believe that he know what he's talking about, because if it's not true, she could be sued. So what I'm expecting from that lady is just not talk. We don't want to hear talk. If you feel what AMAECHI is doing in the public now is not true, you can sue him for libel. So if she didn't do that, I think everybody should believe that what AMAECHI is saying is the truth. So that's the way I say. I think we should, if she doesn't sue AMAECHI and she let this thing get away, and she can only, respond by denying that, oh, it didn't happen, I think we should believe that AMAECHI is on the side of the truth. So no one of them is clean anyway. AMAECHI himself, we saw, you remember the video we played when he was grilled by the Senate, or maybe the House of Assembly committee on contract and stuff like that. So he was grilled. It was some tough questions were posted to him on how he awarded contract. He couldn't explain it well. Only for GBAJABIAMILA to come and dismantle their committee. You remember one man?
Yes, we played it here.
Yeah, he came and stopped the proceeding, and that was how that House inquiry, that was how it came to an end. So it was none of them is clean. But on this matter now, this one that AMAECHI is saying boldly to the public, if that lady fail to sue AMAECHI for libel, haven't been cleared, if actually true that they didn't find anything against him, and she have all her record straight that she did not commit anything against the law while in office. She did not embezzle money. She did not, misappropriated fund. She did not, engage in corrupt practices while in office. She should be able to sue AMAECHI so that AMAECHI can come to court and come and tender his evidences that yes, she engaged in corrupt practices while she was holding public office. So, but if she doesn't do that, let us believe AMAECHI. That's my take on that woman.
All right, brilliant. Adale Koko, do you want to give us very brief thoughts on the Daniel Bwala space, and then we go on to Dewale?
Can you play it? Let me see what I didn't watch it. I didn't know when you played the other time. Let me.
Let me play it again.
Hello, my people. Let me tell you the story of the tale of the G5. So the tale of the G5, a campaign that kickstarted with a preconceived notion that it was a campaign for the emergence of a southern candidate. But specifically, they all agreed they were going to support Peter Obi. In fact, they had a meeting with General Obasanjo in London. So the journey started. They traveled around the world. They entertained Nigerians. They were all over the media. They changed uniforms and clothing and make journeys and cover the news. Fast forward, they didn't know that Wike Makinde had a deeper plan. They planned to support Tinubu. They all thought they were going to support Peter Obi. So the elections came. Wike did everything he can to deliver votes against all odds to deliver votes for Tinubu. Makinde did the same. But the other 3G5 who were misled into believing that they were supporting Peter Obi, what happened? They all lost their Senate beat while they were supporting Peter Obi. They lost their Senate beat. Then you came to governorship. Now those who lost their Senate beat also have people they want to succeed them. Now, Governor Wike did everything he can to deliver Fubara. Makinde did everything he can. These are the Tinubu faction of the G5. They delivered what they had to deliver. And then what about the obedient faction of the G5? Now, Enugu and Abia, they are struggling their lives out in the governorship election. As for Otom, well, he lost too. He lost his Senate bid. He lost his governorship candidate. This is the tale of the story. What is the moral of the story? The moral of the story is don't allow anybody to use you. Use you in the name of a movement or use in the name of agitation. You have to reflect deep and know whether you are being used, whether the person has a wider interest. I'm sure there is a lot to learn, especially by the obedient faction of the G5. It's a big lesson to learn. This same lesson extends to Peter Obi. Peter Obi, every one of the obedient rallied around and they gave him vote. He made the name. He didn't win the election. When the governorship came, where was Peter Obi? Nowhere to be found in Nigeria. Not a single state delivered obedience for governorship. If you were to apply the force and the vote of the presidential and the governorship, Labour Party would have won more than 4 to 5 states in Nigeria. What is the moral of the story? Peter Obi also used them for his presidential bid. He didn't even believe in anybody other than himself. These two scenarios are scenarios by people who have not learned lesson in politics. The lesson to be learned in politics is politics about collaboration, politics about meeting people, politics about opening your heart, politics about looking at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture always is not about winning the battle, but it's about winning the war. There are lots of lessons to learn, all delivered by the tale of the G5.
All right, so that's Daniel Bwala's take on what happened in the J5 space. Adale Koko.
While there are elements of truth in what is said, his conclusion, I think, is more, his conclusion his conclusion, I think, is I think his candidate fail to practice what he mentioned in the conclusion of his video. He talked about what wins election is politics of collaboration, politics of meeting people, politics of dialogue. His principle fail to adopt his conclusion. If his principle has adopted collaboration with Wike and the G5, what happened, what he described in respect of the G5 went to London and reached agreement they are going to work with Obi, and they splitted, some work with Tinubu and others work with Obi, and they failed. And would it not happen? Atiku's principle failed to manage the G5. It was as a result of his failure in practicing politics in adopting politics of collaboration, politics of meeting people, are responsible for the Wikes to form the G5. G5 wouldn't have came to life at all. We would have known anything like G5. But Atiku's lack of leadership, the leadership capacity that he lacked, totally responsible for the creation of G5. So sometimes some of these politicians, anybody that listens to him, we say, oh, this guy, oh, look at everything he said is true. This is the way they can talk nice, they can fabricate their story, and then make it look so good. And people will say, oh, yes, what he's saying it's not, what he said is totally nonsense. The concluding part of it, his principle failed to adopt what he suggested in the concluding part of his video, and that was what was responsible for G5 and the action of Wike and all of them. Because what the Wike and the group of G5 were asking for was simple. Ayosha Ayu said it clear before the primary when the Wikes and them were asking for him to leave that position and allow the Southerner to be the chairman of the party for the purpose of balancing structural and power balancing within the party. This guy promised that he will do it before the primary, that if a northerner should emerges as the presidential candidate of the party, I will quit the position. But when that happened, when Atiku Abubakar became the candidate of the party, he refused to leave. And the wicked them were referring him to the promise he made before the primary that, look, this is what you said. You said you are going to quit, for a Southerner to quit, for another person to take the leadership, particularly the Southerner, to take the leadership so that we have a balance of power. It's not going to be, the party is not going to be showing an image and structural leadership power that all the power of the party or the most powerful position in the party are all concentrated in the north. So his leader, Atiku Abubakar, was responsible for what Wike and the G5 did. So he should look at himself in the mirror, or if he's listening to this video, they should tell him on this video, on this platform, we don't accept what he said. Everything he run in that people are all fallacy. His leader failed to adopt what he suggested with respect to collaboration, with respect to meeting people, with respect to dialogue. His leader failed, and he was part of that. He was part of the team. He was with Atiku Abubakar when all of them failed to bring the wicked them into the fold. So he should be ashamed of himself coming to speak, thinking that Nigerians don't have senses. He can just run his mouth and just get away with it. He's talking nonsense. It is absolute nonsense. He should go and think. I think he's a lawyer. He's doing his professorship now. He should think well before he speaks. But this is who they are. They are deceitful. They are dubious politicians. This is another one of them, trying to play on the intelligence of people. But here on this show, one man went to moon. We said, no, we can't be played. You can't run. you cannot easily play on our intelligence. We are smart people. Your leader failed to manage the party then, and that was what was responsible for the failure of your party. And the party might go down more as long as Atiku remain in that party, showing interest in the presidential position at any time. As long as he's still showing his interest to be the candidate of that party, the party will continue to sink until when Atiku stop. He could remain in the party, but until when he stop and show that, look, I am not contesting anymore. I will back I'm not going to back anybody for the position of president. I will sit behind, allow interested player to play the game, and whoever that emerges, I will back that person. Until Atiku learn to do that, that party will never know peace, but rather that party will be wiped out on the face of politics of Nigeria. This is not the first time to see a very big party wiped out. We once started with APP and PDP in 1999. Where is APP today? It's wiped out. It's nowhere to be found. And PDP with Daniel Bwala and Atiku will be wiped out as long as Atiku is telling people in that country, in that party, that he wants to be president of Nigeria. So, Daniel Bwala, go and sit down, go and think well. Any next time you want to come and talk in the video like this, think well, get some people to advise you before you deliver your speech. On this show, I reject it. It's trying to play on people's intelligence, and I reject it totally. And we all together on this show reject it. So thank you, woman.
All right, brother. Excellently put by Ajale Foko as always. So up next, Dewale, you're up next.
Thank you, woman.
You drive me. Are you driving to Siberia? Are you taking over Bishop's job?
Don't mind these people of Texas. I was seconded to a place to God-forsaken county in somewhere close to Dallas. So usually I would drive and come back over the weekend. So
Do
we'll
you
know which
invoice
time.
them for petrol? Do they refund you petrol?
This one pass petrol. This one not to pay me for everything. Everything. But yes, I do get paid for my traveling and all that. This is a conservative state, so they usually uh, they compensate. Anyway,
They pay you
greetings
mileage.
to hello.
They pay you mileage.
Oh yeah, they paid by mileage and all that. You just have to. I like the orderliness and all that in this part of the world simply because, there's accountability. You can't cheat the government, and the government can't cheat you because they know that they can be sued at any time. So, and you don't want to be in the pancake of government because it will follow you. And one thing is, once you establish yourself in the government circle or employee of government, whether at the federal or state, it will continue to follow you. So yeah, that's one good thing about this place.
You can't escape the system anywhere. Even in the UK, there are certain invoices that I'd forgotten a long time ago, and then suddenly the letter will come through your letterbox. 10 years later, whatever, the system always catches up with you.
Hold on 1 second, woman. Do you want to stop right here? Can you give me just 2 minutes? You want me to drop you off here? Hold on 1 second. Let me just give me 2 minutes. Let me drop off my passenger and I'll join you guys.
All right. Let's use that window then to hear from let's hear from World Peace because Ikeda comes after you, Diwali. So World Peace, good to see you. About Okwe. No, about Okwe. All right.
Talk against Edo State if we jump.
Look at that. Edo is an outpost of Yoruba land
say
now.
Something against Edo State, you see what peace will come immediately.
Edo is an outpost of Yoruba land. We know that. That's why Geome and War Peace. But let's hear from Ekene then, since War Peace seems not to be as a system. Ekene, talk to us.
Oh man, thank you very much.
Well,
we did fine.
So how market today? Today na first full day, Abi?
Yes, but yeah, we go today. Everywhere is open, but today is Saturday. So not till Monday.
It's Saturday not. What's the busy day there? I thought Saturday would be the busy day because that's when people have time.
No, Saturday is not the busy day. The busy day is mostly Friday.
Really?
Yeah. This market really affect this closure really affects some, not only Alaba, most of the, not even when you think when you small something like this, you think this as in when you close business or when a big market like Alaba close, it only affect the people in the market. No, it really affects. Even there is a company along the road that used to produce bread 247. That company didn't work for 2 days because nobody to buy. Because when they produce every day, and when people from Alaba close, they go straight to that company to buy. It's a very busy place, very busy. But when the market closed, they work for the first day. The second day, they didn't work again because nobody to
no
buy.
traffic.
Woman, I'm ready at any time.
All right, let's go back to Diwali and then we land on you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, woman. Thank you,
Okay, no
problem. So let me say, for once, let me thank everyone in the studio and also at the comment section. Today, I watched other show and that platform, I could see the 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 confusion and a lot of things going on there. But this particular platform, gave everybody the leverage and give everybody the opportunity to contribute and also, speak their mind freely without any form of, attack and all that. So, good job, one man. It's just that sometimes we still need improvement, but you're doing a good job. So don't tell nobody that I say that.
What's the improvement? Is it the waiting time, Abby?
Yes, stuff like that. At the same time, that's at times you have other people, bringing those toxic submissions. We don't need that. There's nothing wrong in people hearing their views, but having them to continue to, say things that shouldn't be said on the platform, it kind of like bring that, docility, or is that what they call it? And the viewers or listener, sometimes when you premiere this show, after this show, people sometimes I rewatch the show just to listen again, like the one of last night. I was participating at the comment section, but at the time I left and later went back to
I
watch the
heard
show.
that a fight broke out, didn't it?
Well, it is well. So anyway, there are a lot of things to improve upon, but you're doing a fantastic job, and that's why the likes of opposition, such as Ekene and even the rational mind and people like me too, come to join from time to time. So good job, and let me also stand on the protocol being already observed by our Baba in the house. So let me go straight to the Bwala's story. His own case is like somebody with who has dirt in his eyes, but by one way or the other, he was unable to pull the dirt in his eyes, but he could provide solution to others that have dirt in their own eyes. He criticized Obi, he criticized Obedient, he criticized all the G5 governors, but he didn't criticize his own principle, which I found very, very, intriguing. I expect him to say, well, this is what my principal has done or done wrong. He didn't. So to him, his principal has done everything, needed to be done in a, in an effective way. It's just system didn't work in his favor. This is Bwala to me is more people give him credence, and I don't see his. I haven't seen his importance in politics. He's just an accidental, you know, uh, political lapdog that comes out to speak on behalf of principal. Remember, he jumped ship from one APC to PDP, APC back to PDP. So I'm sure by now, in his own closet, he will be nursing his wound and trying to give account on what he did wrong to have ended up in an opposition party like this. People like him will continue to remain and operate from social media platform because that is the only way they can continue to be in the space. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the G5 didn't do anything wrong. The other four, they knew what they were contending against. They knew they are going to be ostracized from their platform, whether they like it or not. But at the same time, they didn't want to go against the incoming prospective administration. They could see the handwriting on the wall that there's likeliness that Tinubu will become the president. And they did actually criticize the president. Among themselves, they must have discussed on which way they need to follow. And I'm not sure that the Wiki was the one dictating what all of them should do. I don't think so. Now, not quite long ago, Wiki took them to Aso Rock to meet the president to discuss, you know, whatever they could get or for one thing or the other. But back home, is it the governor of what is it? Repairs? The entire southeast was completely against the establishment. They are going the obedient way, right? Or Atom was having issues in his own state, so it was already been declared non grata. So personal non grata. So these are the people that they knew that whichever way they fall, they are still going to be outside the power. So they have to play with the whatever is being, whatever they are being given. So, but who wins? Wike wins because Wike today is oh, and I haven't seen him, neglect he
You're
brought
breaking
them
up
to
there, Oli.
Aso. I can, yes, it's, I mean, a godforsaken middle of
No,
nowhere in this,
you're better
what is
now. You're
it?
better. You're better now.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm going in and out of this county. Texas is a godforsaken state. Anyway, so whatever. So back to the Bwala case. If you look at the dirt in his eyes first, his principal, Atiku Abubakar, I think Babangida Koko has done justice to that space. If this man, I mean, today is the third day that the Supreme Court adjudged that case. I don't know, and I believe Wasiri is still within Nigeria, not outside Nigeria. So, what will it
It was
call?
at an event today.
Okay, with the earlier year of Kano, what is his name? APC chairman. That one was
Ganduje.
always crying from here to here, right? So, yes, it won't cost him anything to pick a call and call his friend, just like Angela said. But I'm making a prediction that it's not going to do that. And secondly, he's going to make a statement that will not put him here or there in order to prepare him for 2027. But at the same time, we'll try to sound patriotic just to make it look like, well, I've been in this game. I'm still a grandmaster when it comes to politics, but the unity of the country is one. But he won't actually address Tinubu directly by invoking his name. Unfortunately, his party had rejected the judgment. The same thing with Labour Party. They've both rejected the judgment. I don't expect them to accept it. I mean, I don't expect them to, say, well, they lost, but I expect both of them. But we already know the antecedents of these people. Talking about Obi and Atiku. Like Baba said, Obi shot themselves in the foot by invoking, or should I say, romancing with the politics of religion and politics of ethnicity. And he has baggages to carry now with the obedience behind him. This is someone that showed up in the United States at the Princeton University, and he was addressed as by his kinsmen as the winner of the 2023 general election. And I haven't seen him disputing that statement, even when the court of the land declared Tinubu as a president. You see, the pattern that is being created and being followed is going to be dangerous if care is not taken. And if Obi doesn't play that role or that part well, a time will come in their country where it won't be arrested. I think it was Joel that was saying that if Tinubu tried it. But let me tell you, Joel, nobody is above the law. But by and large, he has been able to comport himself in a very gentlemanly manner. So there's no reason to arrest him. But
if Obi has to be picked up, he'll be picked up. I mean,
he will be picked up.
What
Will
happen?
And nothing would happen. But you see, the president will be prevailed upon not to do that. And I don't see him in that character of a rabble rouser.
Sorry, Dewale, I actually have a clip of what you were saying earlier on. Let me just quickly play it. I think you were talking about Chimamanda in Princeton.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You see, in the light of
sorry. Sorry, let me play it for the benefit of the conversation.
Okay.
See, we want to recognize the presence of, so I'm going to ask you to let me be very Nigerian today and say that I want to recognize the presence of a man I deeply respect and a man who I think is a beacon of hope, not just for Nigeria, but for Africa. And he's the man who many of us know won the elections in Nigeria. He's here with us, Mr. Peter Obi. I just want to let you all know that he's going to tell me off for doing this because he didn't want it to be known. And he is also an example of that very rare quality in politicians, which is genuine humility. Yes.
You know, I cannot
Nigeria when
you know, I cannot abide this woman. There's just something about her that I cannot abide.
You know, intellectualism plus bigotry is a function of stupidity. What you see being displayed there is someone who is has displayed what I can call a sentiment. Even though you support, because he hasn't seen himself as someone operating from a larger platform, but she still see herself as that code the code, an Igbo champion, so to. I don't expect her to make that statement on an international platform. For those who are in the attendance that doesn't even know much about Nigeria, will assume, well, so if that man could be sitting in our midst there, what could be going wrong in that country? Is that the best way to showcase your country? But you see, we've had great intellectuals in that country. She doesn't belong to the class, and I will still repeat it again. She does not belong to the class of the likes of Shino Achebe and
No, she's more at that Ben Okri level. She's a Ben Okri level. She's anything near. I mean, how can you even make the comparison? She's not even at Chino Achebe level, and Chino Achebe is nowhere near Chuyinka's level. So she's more like Ben Okri sort of level.
At all. She's not a thinker. Yeah, she may be good in articulation and, you know.
No, she's just a writer now. And she's not a creative writer either. She's speaking stories of tradition. And, you know.
I've seen people who can articulate but doesn't really say much because their level of thinking hasn't gone beyond 6th grade, but they can speak good. They have a good and perfect diction, so they can try to, people get to love the way they speak, but not necessarily that they are a thinker. All right. So, unfortunately, he has not debunked that statement made by his kinsman. And that is the kind of things I expect Obi to disassociate himself away from if he wanted to be appealed to larger audience, those who did not even vote for him. But you see, in as much as I don't even expect much from him because he's an accidental politician, it's not a hardcore politician. You know, it is different to have a rabble-rouser, people that are disruptor, claiming to be a politician, because they are a good politician will operate from, you know, at the background, not necessarily being at the forefront. But where he found himself now, well, God help him, and God help his soul. Let me speak to, I think, which other case you brought up again? I think I've talked about Bwala's case. And which other topic should you bring up? Woman, remind me, please. Woman. Hello?
One man to already know fridge.
Yeah, But we're talking about GBAJABIAMILA as well, and it's a matter of is when
Oh,
not is
yeah.
when not if, isn't it? This guy is done, is toast.
Oh, well, that topic. But before I go jump to GBAJABIAMILA's case, let me also remind everyone that Peter Obi is the greatest fraud ever packaged for Nigeria as a presidential candidate. Let that sink in. For GBAJABIAMILA, for those who watched how the emergence of Tinubu as a presidential candidate, I believe that GBAJABIAMILA played a very crucial and huge role to his emergence. Him having been operating from Abuja for a while, he already knew every corners and the nooks and crannies of political corners in Abuja. And, you know, politicians use each other for their convenience, for their own gain. I don't expect Bola Ahmed Tinubu to select someone outside that scope to help him stabilize, because stability is one in politics. If he had brought somebody like Fashola, like a lot of people wanted in the first place, it would have been a disaster for his administration. Why I said this is this: he had shown, you know, from record that is how he operates. When he became governor of Lagos State, he picked Lai Mohammed as his chief of staff. Lai Mohammed is a politician right from the get-go, even though he was, pen and paper person. But he was also, just like the other case, they were all politicians. Then after he was able to establish himself, he went for a young, vibrant, articulate young man. I think Fashola was in his 30s or early 40s, I can't really remember. And he knew that he needed an energetic person to help him move forward, because the job of a governor is very, very huge and enormous, and sometimes it requires someone with that zeal and power and strength. So he went for a younger person. So, and I think that is what it is replicated here. Once it gets stabilized politically, I'm hoping that he's going to go for somebody who is more younger, versatile, and the person that cuts across, just like Fashola. And GBAJABIAMILA knew, I believe him being a politician also will understand that the position of a chief of staff is not forever. He's going to move on to bigger things. I don't even see him as becoming the governor of Lagos State, because he hasn't operated in that area. But Tinubu needs him in Abuja for him to be able to, you know, reach across to other politicians that have chosen Abuja as their domain. And not just that, I mean, we all agree that GBAJABIAMILA is not in the same class with Fashola. He's not as articulate as Fashola. But in terms of politicking at the national level, he surpassed Fashola. And at this crucial stage, Tinubu needs him more than they need Tinubu. As for buying of position, well, that cannot be far-fetched. I mean, we're talking about even a cleaner, a house assistant will print a business card and distribute it to people, you know, for monetary gain and all that. But I don't think where politics has gone to that GBAJABIAMILA will be selling a position. How much can he sell a position? Because the majority of people that are in the Tinubu's administration are not just being handpicked. They were seconded to his administration by the power blocks. And, you know, and perhaps in some places they will send two or three names. It will now be left for the incumbent to pick one. But it's still subject to the approval of the godfather that seconded him in the first place. So in that situation, GBAJABIAMILA had less authority in who is going to be picked. Yes, it may influence the presidency, but not necessarily being a de facto person to say, you know what, this is the person we are going to go for. Yes, it's the chief of staff. But you also remember that every state or every stakeholder in Tinubu administration also have their people in the government. But of course, his days in Tinubu administrations are numbered. That's the way it is. I will be very surprised if Tinubu carried him over to the second term. I mean, if we finish with Tinubu this second term, I'll be very, very shocked because that would be, I don't know, that would be, Tinubu would be shortchanging himself by
it just doesn't strike me as anybody up to the task, you know, both in his demeanor and more to it in his performance. It doesn't strike me as any as being up to that task by GBAJABIAMILA.
Like I said, I think he's playing that role, the role he was picked for being a stabilizer. I think he's played it well. Not that Tinubu doesn't know people much. I mean, he doesn't belong to the class of Tinubu. Tinubu was the class of 1999, even though he has been in the political landscape since then. You also understand that. But GBAJABIAMILA operates from Abuja, and Abuja is at the center. So you needed somebody, I mean, a former speaker. You needed somebody who cut across, who could reach across for you. He stood firmly when Tinubu almost kicked out. I mean, one way or the other, during the primary election. So he's playing his role, and at a point, you would need to bow out. Maybe they're going to find him a new role for him. I don't even see him as someone who could step into Tinubu's shoe when Tinubu finally leaves the stage. I haven't seen him in that line. But he's playing the role, and I hope that he won't get on the banana peel, because it's always easy to, you know, step on banana peel at the national level, because sometimes you have to sacrifice your own immediate inner carcass for some flimsy things. So by and large, he's playing his role, and maybe before the end of first time, it will be edged out that somebody younger, who is not going to be Yoruba. I hope so, but I don't think so. It's going to happen because Tinubu has shown that he needed somebody who is from his ethnicity that can understand him well, to work with him. So that's what I can say about GBAJABIAMILA. He's playing the role as a stabilizer, but he won't stay too long in Tinubu administration. Whether he sells position or not, it's just a matter of months. Let me put it that way. So there was a story you brought up earlier about Kate Henshaw, right?
Yes. Yes. Let me line it up. So she has where is it? She has crossed carpet effectively to. She has crossed carpet effectively to APC and the obedience. Yes, here it is. So yes, Nigerian tweets lambast Labour Party stalwart Kate Henshaw for heading APC's Governor Uzodinma's second term fundraiser. So Kate Henshaw, at the very heartbeat, almost second to Aisha Yesufu in the push for the Obi narrative, wailing and gnashing at the teeth all over the Nigerian space. And as soon as the numbers come in, very quickly she flips over to APC. So she's getting a flogging from the usual quarters, the obedient quarters. But let me give you her response. She says, in an attempt to justify her actions, Henshaw said, "Someone called me this morning to check the X app. I was invited to host a fundraiser alongside my colleague. I accepted my prerogative. What is the noise about? The difference between you and I is that I will still speak my truth as I see fit." End of. So that's Kate Henshaw now going with the dollar.
Money speak. Money.
And bullshit works.
When I saw that I checked my Twitter this morning and I realized that she was trending. So I said, let me check what's going on. And I saw the story. And I laughed. I laughed because actually I busted laughing because, you know, I don't know if it happens to you, Woma, or anybody on this platform. Uh, I'm still a young man, but I'm conscious of the kind of what I project so that if tomorrow comes, because nothing, this life nowadays, nothing is you can just go out there and start thinking about you and thinking about your past. I mean, we've seen example about Dr. Bosun was one of them, right? You know, don't put stuff out there that you know that could come to bite you. What is the red line that anybody can cross as a professional? The lack of Okebakasi and Kedenshaw were a very strong voice when it comes to obese support, obese candidacy. To the point that even Okebakasi was granting interview, you know, on the television, national television. And I could remember during the electioneering, Kitenshaw was the one doing a live video talking about people being snatching ballots and all that. And she posted a lot of stuff together with others from the Nollywood circle. But here she is anchoring a fundraising program for one of the APC members. So, what is the professional line that anybody cannot cross? Because when it comes to money, and she's trying to justify involvement in that program by saying that she got paid to anchor a program. But when you're anchoring a program, you are doing that just to, you know, entice people in attendance to raise funds for APC platform that you detest, that you hated before. And here you are now saying that I'm working for my money, I'm a professional. However, I will still speak my truth. I don't support APC. But you're anchoring a show for them. So that is one way or the other.
For her to fundraise, as somebody commented in the back and forth she's having on Twitter, for her to fundraise for Hope Uzodinma, she has to say glowing, complimentary, and flattering things about him.
Absolutely.
And if she does that, then that makes her a hypocrite. But then, of course, like you said, money, money, money.
The video you just showed, what probably you didn't pay too long. They were making fun, they were gesticulating, and they were, you know, having good time. Okay, money. See, money talk. Everybody have their own price. You just haven't negotiate well. You know, even the Pope will come down and tell you this is my own price, ego league, right? But I won't call them hypocrite. Okay, I won't use that word against them because they seem. I mean, this is where their bread is buttered, and Nigeria is hard, and they have to earn a living. Correct? They have family to feed, right? But where does that line of professionalism stop and personal conviction take over? In Nigeria today, there was a time when I was in Nigeria. I was attending the Pastor Ito Igodalo's church then in Christchurch in Bagada. So we usually have a Tuesday services. And one of the Tuesday services we would do some question and answer. And I asked one day, I used an hypothetical question. And I said, look, here is a young man, you know, one of the best in his class, graduated, and he put the application out there for a job and he couldn't find one. But as a very good Christian, but got a job in engineer brewery, right, where they make beer, just like Obi gave them a hero brewery in Anambra. So he found himself a job in a brewery, right, producing alcohol drink that is against his faith. So, and the fact that he's the breadwinner in his family, and he needs to feed his family, his immediate family, and the other extended family. So, will he go ahead and reject the job offer and stay in that penury and continue to wallow in abject poverty, or go ahead and take the job offer and feed his family, even though he doesn't drink, but he's working where they're producing alcohol that is against his faith, right? So, where does that line of personal conviction start and the professional line stops? So, for the obedient or for those who are dragging them, it's just that they have not been offered, they've not been given a good offer, a mouth-watering offer. They themselves will sell their own parent just to have a bite, and that's national cake called dividend of democracy. I don't blame them. They're working for their money. Uh, maybe tomorrow it might be other people. We'll see. The likes of Alibaba was also belong to that group. He too was, stylishly not in favor of the government of the day, and it was hobnobbing with some of them, anchoring show for them. But at the end of the day, he couldn't come out uh, publicly to say, "Oh, I'm supporting Obi," because he knew he's going to lose some patronage, and some of those people that are engaging there will not call them, right? So I don't blame them, but that is human being for you, woman.
Hey, Adewale, this lady,
Yes, sir. Yes.
this lady that you are talking about, is she from Imo State?
No, she's. I think she's an Akwa Ibomite, I believe so. I'm not so sure, but she's not. She's either Cross River or Akwa Ibom, not from Southeast.
Okay. But you know that the obedient uh, are not majorly Labour Party member. You know that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So if she doesn't believe in Labour Party, but Obi, but now that the Obi's ambition has come to an end for now, so he has to go elsewhere. And like you said earlier, money, money, money. So if what do you call Hope Uzodinma believe that she can do the job for her and spread the news further than you know uh, to reach home and abroad. Yes, why not? He gave her good offer. He's not working against Obi. So working with Opundolima is not working against Obi. It's a different ball game. So we
Baba
still
Janet, but it's not even. I'm not castigating him based on her support for Obi. The statement she tweeted out in the past about APC was where people are coming against her. Where she posted
okay,
that APC, yeah,
okay,
it was about
okay. Yeah,
the train towards
said a lot
APC,
of
not
bad things against ABC, but now he's working for candidate of APC.
yes, yes. That's the reason why they are dragging her.
You see, Nigerians, they can fool themselves. Oh Lord, and that is why I always advise people here: look, don't allow this politician to fool you. When they are playing the drum of foolishness, don't dance to it at all. Don't dance to it. You see, Nigerians, they cannot. They
The Nigerians are very,
they can't stand by whatever they say. They can't stand by it.
they say something in the morning and something in the evening, and they will now leave it for their supporter to begin to reconcile the two, and you begin to scratch your head. How do you start sorting salt and sugar, from each other? That's the way politicians operate.
You know what should be telling our husband behind the closed door? Don't mind
Oh,
the we did for B. Is it not a labor loss?
she
This
know,
one,
she know, she know. Get husband. She's divorced her husband.
okay. What should be telling our boy? The
I
the
only
one we did
married.
for Obi, the one we
I
did
only
for
look
Obi,
only.
the one we did for
Yeah.
Obi, is it not a labor less? I beg. This is the way uh, God has chosen this guy to compensate me for what I
I
lost
mean,
following the
and then
mistake. Ah,
it's as simple as see. Honestly, I don't blame her. Look, human being has price. Everybody has that. It's just that we have not negotiated well. Once you negotiate and you get to that crescendo where you know the ceiling. Hey, all right. I think I will take your offer for it. Hey, the likes of even what is it? Ketension is not even the okay Bakassi is who they went for. They in fact they went for that one's jugular straight up. But how could they have taken off a gig from people like Opus or Dima of all people? Even their colleague Sheyilo kind of like sent some subtle jab towards them when he too tweeted that you know there's some people that secretly behind closed door they will be.
Adewale, do you know that? Do you
Yeah.
agree with me that Opus Man is a very smart politician in that East too? That guy is very smart too. Could you believe
But he
that?
doesn't. It doesn't look it though. He always looks like somebody that's been caught. You know when you catch a child that you say don't take any more sweets, and then you catch that child putting the sand in the cookie jar. He always
Uh,
look at that startled and bewildered look, always permanently on his face.
that's
Would
what
you
they
believe?
continue with them with his with Ayamatanga look. You know, Tinubu's the way of his facial expression look like somebody like, okay, this one is kind of watching, you know, there's a Yoruba name they call this Abadaleko. Tinubu's look, there's a way they, I will be any warrior.
No, that's not. It's not. That's not our Obadobe anymore. You know, it's when you are cross-eyed. That's our
But
Obadobe.
have you ever seen Tinubu looking up? It looks as if
No,
he's
but it's
looking
not
down.
cross-eyed. It's not cross-eyed now.
No, Tinubu is not. No. Look, could you believe that Opus can beat, what do you call this guy? My people per people can beat him down like that in Imo State. He rendered that guy useless. He beat him down to surrender. So look, I respect him somehow because the way he played that politics to beat Okorocha, he beat him down, and now Okorocha now supporting him, declare his support for him. It totally shows that he's a very calculative politician. He did everything to beat Okorocha down politically in that state. Because Okorocha is very, very strong, very strong politician and on the ground everywhere. But he beat him and his structure at every nook and cranny of that state. He beat them to surrender. To surrender. And if not that he's a politician, I mean he's a governor, he will have gotten a position of minister from that state, that guy. So I'm not surprised that he can go all the way to Calabar to pick this guy to come and do some. He's smart, oh, he looks innocent. He doesn't talk too much, but
Hope.
Yes, hope. He doesn't talk too much, but let me tell you, he know how to do is groundwork very well. If we do it well and we achieve result, who believe that it could be the governor of that state?
Nobody ever thought so. Today they are still saying he's Supreme Court governor.
Yes, he did. He actually won. He got all his paper, all his, what do you call it, booth by booth result sheet. He got everything. He couldn't get everything, but he got it from police. The police copy. He was able to react with all this. He got all the copies right from the police, and that was what he used at the court, at the tribunal to kick Ediowa, or what is the name of that one, to kick him out of Ediowa, to kick him out of power. So it's.
What I found ROTIMI AMAECHI very, very comical.
No, that one, except run away from. If he run away from that state,
who is paying to have him speak at their engagement? I still don't understand that. Who would invite somebody like that to come and speak at their occasion? For what is they? What is it that they're trying to pick his brain to understand what's going on in the current administration, or what would be the motivation to invite somebody like him?
I don't know, man, because it's done with him, with politically in that River State. Wike has
even nationally is done.
Yeah, he doesn't have no appeal at the national as well. I don't know.
He not quite long ago, his party member were hosted by opposition leader in Abuja, and the opposition party leader publicly declared that he would galvanize for president come 2027. Right? If there's a one place that I'm mentioning there to be, he's supposed to be in that gathering. But you see, because of the enmity between himself and Wike, maybe I don't know who tells them how political movement is going to move. He seems to have miscalculated. He didn't even campaign for this man. He said he was not going to say much about the current administration and the government that he served under the Buhari, that he's not going to criticize or he's not going to say much. And when I heard that, I was like, this is a statement of somebody who is politically homeless, who is trying to look for relevance. And every public engagement like this is what he'll be looking for so that he can make speech. This is the same replica of what Obi did. I think it was a 2015 or 13, I can't remember. He was speaking to the youth then, and he was chastising the politicians and the way things were run. He was telling them, preparing himself for this sainthood status that he has attained.
Adopted.
Yes. He was saying everything that public would want to hear. And he was telling them, and he was preparing the ground for that scheme to be sustained. And I felt, well, if he's speaking the mind of the politician like this, that means he himself is different. But and I look at the state that they governed for 8 years, I couldn't see any changes being made. I mean, the likes of Tinubu, even though imposed his predecessors to continue with his visions and other projects, I didn't see where, he brought Obiano, right? But I didn't see what project that was continued in his name or to say this is the vision of this man. Anambra is still the same way it was during the days of Mbadineju, right? So when he started making that statement, I was like, okay, this is what politicians would do just to make themselves available when there's a need. And it's an attribute of populism, where you speak the mind of the population, but you hit them where it hurts the most, so that they will feel that you are also sympathetic to their pain. But when you were there, what's different? What changes did you make? what is that thing that people could remember you for till you die? I can't find one. So the likes of AMAECHI also borrowing from that playbook just to remain relevant. I found it very, very comical. And to be honest, I don't think any Nigerian should take him serious in the sense that this is a man at the tender age of 30 something. He was elected to the House of Assembly state level, became speaker. From there, he became governor and then moved to ministerial position. So all his adult life, he has been a leech on the government. You may argue and say, well, I've contributed my own quota, but your contribution was about taking for, because it's comfortable for him to have, declared to contest for presidency of Nigeria. You must have embezzled and stole a lot of money. A lot of money. As a minister of transportation, can you imagine the kickback that will come from buying all those coaches and being instrumental to the federal projects and all that? So he had gathered a lot of money for him to have said, you know what, just like the same Emefiele found himself sell a freshly made soup. I said, let's bring a big spoon to scoop this soup. So the likes of AMAECHI now coming out to say, well, this is the same man that said the people should stone the politician, the same class that he belongs to, if not because he was paying an intelligence of people. It's unfortunate. Any serious-minded people shouldn't even take him serious for a bit, for 1 second, because he's a liar. Sorry? Hello?
I don't know where that came from, but carry on.
There might be the aliens listening, or
look at that. They are coming to get us. They are coming. The little green men. The little green men.
AMAECHI is a liar, and Nigeria should see him as who he is. That somebody who is trying to take the opportunity, just like Obi did. And if people like them would not stay long in the political space, they will fizzle out. He found himself outside political spectrum now. I mean, he's politically homeless. His own adopted party, APC, would not take him. His PDP is not going back because Wike had occupied that position at the state level. Where else would he go? So he's homeless. Except if he jumps ship today and say, no, I'm going to Labour Party with Obi, well, that will be a political suicide for him, because they will finish him, because they have a dossier on him. So it's a for him. So I'm scratching my head to trying to understand what is his political relevance actually. Nothing.
I think it's in the camp of those people that are losers.
He is especially bitter about it. I'm not sure. He's lost on so many grounds. He's lost his state. He's lost authority to Wike. He lost the presidential primaries. He was punked by the Northerners, who he was giving money all the way through, and they punked it. He's just a bitter man now. AMAECHI.
I think he should have handled the situation well. You see, after that election, after the primary, he put up a very good fight. I think he came second, and he should have surrendered to. He should have pulled his weight behind Tinubu, even though Wike will still work for Tinubu. He should have been part of it, and he should have used that one to settle his political race with Wike, because there is nothing he can do now. Wike is the boss in that state. He should have, used that opportunity that they are working together for Tinubu, and resolve all the differences between them, and that will not disturb his will not disturb his own chances in getting appointment or remain politically relevant. He might not have a strong base like Wike, but as a former minister, and him and Tinubu responsible for funding of APC that brought Buhari to power, in 2015. They can it still stand the stance of being part of the leadership at the national level. You know, she will have been handled. She will have been given a kind of appointment. You know, at least during the time of Obasanjo. Obasanjo gave 2 substantive positions for Yaradua. For substantive ministerial appointment to what do you call it? Bwala and SM Afolabi, both from Osun State. You understand? Minister of Affairs for SM Afolabi and Minister for Mines and Power, and what's the other situation? Super Minister for Bwala. So both of them will have been. Tinubu will have considered him too and he should have participated in the campaign and everything. Get himself in the front as one of the leader campaigning, and
he wants to operate on the same pedestal with Tinubu, just to show that he too has to wrestle power. Sometimes I think these politicians, they have a fish brain. Not quite long ago, 8 years ago, or should I say 16 years ago, your kinsman from South was the president, right? Jonathan was the president 16 years ago, right? How do you expect that Nigeria will want to swing back to South again to pick their presidency from South? How easy it could be for Nigeria to say, you know what, we've looked everywhere in the country, we can't find anybody other than in the South. How easy is that? So he could not think beyond, just to realize that there's no way Nigerians will want to pick from South again, but he decided to, put himself up and let's say murky water of election. I mean, maybe he was playing a spoiler. I don't know. Maybe there's, sometimes these people scheme all sort of the people that were just yeah. Am I back now?
You're back. You're back. Yeah.
Okay. I heard that Tinubu actually financed, brought a lot of people to the primary circle so that they could have much voice. So they could have it won't be the lonely voice because it's almost submerged. So he needed the crowd. So he bought the form for other contestants during the primary. So maybe that was the role AMAECHI played. But then towards the primary election, after primary election, was nowhere to be found. So that kind of fueled the rumor more that he's probably not a spoiler, but somebody who is just greedy and is looking for his own gain. But I mean, he met his match and he was relegated to the background. But someone who had put much into financially, actually contributed towards Buhari's victory. I'm not sure about this one. You should have stayed in that same circle but you know what they always do? They will always claim that they are doing it for the service to the country. That's a lie. The same country you'll be serving, by manning your own pocket since age 39 or so. So here you are still in your prime at 50 something, and you are still claiming that you are working for the country. I don't find that credible at all. I don't. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you perfectly. Let's knock on the door of I was going to say Uptown because I'm talking to him in the comment section. Let's knock on the door of Warpace, see if he's with us on Warpace to be very quiet. Warpace.
Oh man, I'm with you guys.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
I was being with you when Sir Alexander Gomez were having a chat with you at the beginning of the session.
One man, How did you get Wapi? Did you mention anything about Edo State?
Yeah, so
did you say anything negative about
it? If you mention Edo State in a negative way, one piece will come after you.
He will come if he's sleeping. He wake up from that.
I've never seen anything like that with anybody. I'm a proud Yoruba man. I take pride in coming from Oyo Alaafin. Even I appeal in. I've never seen anybody so If you say that the Oba Atokwe cannot walk on water, then will come for your head.
Yeah, if you remove the palace from it,
it's a very Edo thing, by the way. All the Edo people I know, they are somewhat like war peace.
Yeah, like you see the guy that went on channels recently that was having a conversation. He's a big APC member. I was having a conversation for this Edo election that is coming up 2024, which that was 3 days ago, and he was telling they were trying to talking about the influence of Oshomole. He was talking, yes, Oshomole will produce the next person who will be the governor for Edo State, but our God King on earth have not given us sign. Shomole was shocked the way the guy was emphasizing on the Oba. The Oba is the only supreme leader in that state. If your Oba gives sign, then we'll know where they will go. The rest of us will follow. And I was just laughing. Mama, can you hear me?
No, we can hear you. I'm just wondering why the Oba holds so much power over that space.
Yeah. If you remove the palace from a Benima, what else is remaining? That's what we have. We are connected with the palace. The palace is connected with us. That is just the Benima for you. Is the palace. Without the palace, the Benin people are like a headless mob. So the palace guide us with our direction. So you cannot separate both of us, one man. You understand? If you want Benin to be united, just say something about the palace. You see all of them, both the pastor and everybody. Hold on, one man. My wife is calling on my phone. Hello? Sushi, no, the Sushi hasn't come yet, yo. They will put Sushi on post. I'll check it. I'll call you back. One man, today is my wife and my daughter's 3 months festival celebration, a kind of activity when she will eat fish, raw fish and sushi.
And they're putting it through the post. They're putting sushi.
No, that's what I'm telling my wife. How can they put sushi through the post? Maybe delivering paper.
You know, you are very funny in Japan. They put in sushi.
But that's why I ask, how can they put sushi in the post? Now today, the young girl.
You know, I feel sorry for your wallet sometimes. So war peace.
One man.
It's always one thing or the other.
Yes. Halloween just finished. Today is the last day of Halloween. I'll be spending after the birthday that just passed last week. Yeah, since this weekend now Halloween. I'll be spending today. We are going to a festival. I bought costume. I've done all that.
Do you buy costumes or do you hire them? I thought they.
No, we buy here. We buy here in Japan. No? We buy different here. My wife will select the kind of costume they will wear. Select costume for 5 people. Hi, Jesus Christ. Me, I don't wear costume. Plus, I have 6. Me, I don't wear costume.
And then you have to take them for a meal afterwards, Abby.
We are going to a festival now. They have Caribbean, American Caribbean Afro Festival. So we're gonna go there. Now we're gonna take everybody there. Then we're gonna eat.
Be around black people, Abby.
Yeah, there are DJs, artists. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of shops. There are things to buy. All from my wallet. We eat. Do this, do that. Me, I've called the Mecca and Achubus to start paying that small. So I'll be collecting my money small before they turn 21. I'm tired.
It's quite. Do you speak English to your wife? Is that what?
Yeah, my wife we speak English purely. Me and my wife. That's what is affecting my Japanese self.
Because even after 30 years in Japan, you still cannot.
I cannot really speak. Yeah, so there's a problem for me. Me and my wife speak English every day out, day in. So we just like that. Anyway, one man. Well, I greet you.
How you dey? How you dey? What peace?
I did finally you, as I tell you before, you're the father of the platform. Now only you look for me. When the rest of them are happy, you say, I'm gone. They don't know say
the politics and emotion. Nobody anybody no ask for the politics and emotion. When one man don't read the Wala finish, hey, you go see fight. So I be one ask of you, but I dey forget now. After the show, I go what of war peace? So as it can't occur to me, why one man say as he won't start the show, now he can't occur. I say I go ask one man today. Say before we start anything, where is One Piece? Said, what did they happen now? Say you did something for your daughter and stuff like that. Say,
yeah, you see my daughter piano that day. Now the day one just call, when mom was sending message, I was sending my mom
one man said, so he said you they send a picture.
Yeah. You know, say not easy for only one matter. They bring topics now. So when I wake up my time, if I wake up my time like this, so I get ahead of everybody. So I'll quickly check the news, see the one way go catch a headline for one man to support them for to choose from. You know, because talking point the many.
That's a good spot for me to put the Instagram out. So yeah, carry on, One Piece. So like what One Piece was just saying, a lot of the conversations we have on this platform is essentially stories submitted by people, and what they usually do is to send it to me via Instagram. So that's my Instagram link right there. If you have anything you'd like us to discuss, just pop it to me on Instagram. Carry on, One Piece.
Yeah. So I just sent to one man. So how far I did that day was my daughter. I was preparing for my daughter world piano class event. So
it was very impressive. You know, when you sent it, I thought, okay, it will be just some cute little girl something, but she has real talent there.
Yeah, because when we start them with different sports. So I started her with long tennis and piano, and then she quit lawn tennis. Said she don't have interest in lawn tennis, and I bought her piano set at home. And she's been playing piano now for like 6 months to 8 months, and she picked fast in her class in her set. So I was surprised when my wife told me that they select her with other kids from her class. They are going to Japanese event, but it's not a competition, but it's an event. Those that is good to play to. They will play then pick Japanese. People will come from different states. They'll just play and out like that. I was surprised. Then I went there that day. Wow, it was a big hall, and I have to stay long. And she liked playing piano, and I like it. I just hope she continue it. Though her mom like it, and my mom's encouraging her a lot. So, and my second daughter, that one do ballet. And the third one now we are trying to figure out what she would do when she. But from next month, next year, supposed to start picking up a sport. So one month, I just hope she pick up, and I pray she just continue like that. You know, I'll be very happy if she keep it up. But she's impressive, you know. I like her. That I was impressed that day. I was feeling like a father. I said, yeah, I was so impressed that day. You know.
Were you telling everybody around you that that's my daughter, that's my daughter, that's my?
Do you know in the crowd of all those kids, it was like about 50-something kids. Everybody play their turn one by one. My daughter was the only black, you know, so I was easy to be, you know, I was noticeable, very easy to.
It was very easy to know who her father.
Yeah, but all eyes was on my kid and me. Let's see what this black kid would do, half kid would do. You understand? And she didn't disappoint. So I was very happy, and she played well, and I was very happy. So
you know she might get picked up by somebody from that, you know.
Yeah, I hope so. And then last I forget the third girl. She was supposed to model for Market Course, but the only reason she lose the competition, the sport, they asked her if she liked dog. She said yada. Yada mean no, hell no, and she need to hold a puppy. So she came out second runner, and I give the first. I would have sent that. The magazine just came out. My wife was showing me that one last week. This little girl, because she's the third girl. That one is tall, slim. Her hair is curly naturally, you know. So that's how you lost her spot.
Is that the standard of measure in Japan? Slim? Is that what that?
Yeah. It must be slim.
They used to call it heroin shake back in those
days.
days.
Something like that. You have to be skinny. You know, so she got it before, but she lost it to because she doesn't like dog. She like cats, but she don't like dog. You know, so well, let's see how it goes. One man. Let's see how it goes. Let's drop.
Do they
What?
not eat cats in Japan?
No, maybe some side, but I don't know. The Japanese like cat a lot. Is China? I sent it to you now. Chinese. I sent you among the talking point I sent to you. I think 2 days ago. A Chinese official have to ban cats. They rescue about 1,000 cats. They are selling that as pork meat in China. I sent it to you too.
There's nothing they don't eat in China anyway.
Those people.
If they catch you in a dark alley, you will be barbecue for the. They say it's black, isn't he? Already looks like meat. You know, why don't we just cook him?
Yeah. So let's dive into the police of it. Sorry, I don't want to go this. Ketesha, Upuzadima, and who again? AMAECHI, that is a typical politician. But I hope Adego is here. I sent you 2 messages. I sent you 2 links, one man about this Oshun Ogbomosho guy that got removed.
Oh yeah, no, that was a couple of days ago. We dealt with it a couple of days ago. The Shon of Ogbomosho, but you can give us your take. Yeah, the Shon of Ogbomosho.
Yes, I was following. I was reading about it, and I think the people. I don't know if they're your mates or some people that choose that install people on that position. They were saying that the guy didn't follow due process. That if he followed through the back door. So I wanted to ask Adeko, how can that be possible? And a pastor, for that matter, is supposed to be honest, coming to meet ancestors. You know, you're supposed to come with 2 double hand.
They don't dabaru everything. Don't look one piece. No go that place. They know they follow ancestors. They know they do that. Why you for that?
Don't let them they follow.
Nah, don't let
when they throw the Ifa will show green back and say Ifa nike modola wa hello modola wa my God. Nothing is sacred anymore in this world.
You know, say that man, he don't live so far, bro. You know, if he speak in Ogbomoso dialect too.
Really?
Is it Ganawana? Is it Ganawana? Is going to Ogbomoso to do Ganawana?
Because Yoruba they speak. You know
oh my God.
But again, the court was so swift too. I didn't know that there was a tussle for it. It was very fast. At next I saw they took him to court and of course I've sacked him. I said, when did they install this guy that they're taking him to court? No. The court is sacking him right now too. You know, it's really funny, and I think it's hard time is your Messi or the Yoruba kings. They should really
that one is not handled by Yomesi. Or Yomedi is Oyo. Oyo is for the Alaf.
That one is for
the Alaf.
But I still send something to you, but that Yomesi, they're taking they're accusing Makinde by delaying the Alaf installation. Because he wants his own candidate.
Yeah, some people are warning him that if you play game, if you should go and I'm sure Makinde will not do that because he knows all your people, they have a way of doing their own thing. So he cannot, if he do some guru or some manipulation, they will fight or they will demonstrate. They won't accept it. So
yeah, you should not get involved in it now. You should just leave it traditional for traditional rulers. Let them handle who they want, good or bad. You're gonna learn from it. What people don't understand, any decision the kingmakers take, it is for them to learn from it, good or bad. It's for the future. They might take a decision we think is bad now, but the gods have the way of doing things. So that next time they will make other decisions so that same decision will not happen again next time. You understand? If you don't fix your fault or your mistake or realize your mistake, how will you know it's a mistake? We think everybody has been living before us, they all had a perfect decision. No, so at least from their mistakes, they learn and they make amendment. So let the Oyomesi pick who they want to pick, but I'm very sure they'll not pick that guy that is saying he's going to change his name to Sultan of Waiting, Olowabi, whatever. That one, that guy. The next time they will not pick anybody like that.
That one, Ganja. Colorado. What is there that you update all those traditional institutions for Yoruba land? They don't turn things upside down. They don't turn them upside down. Now, all these things is politicians. These politicians, they are destroying every fabric on which our culture, our tradition, our historical value, everything, they are destroying it. Everything. Just because of their own political interest. That's it.
And it's very bad. It's very bad. Because that day me and Baba talking, I could see the pain. That was because whenever we were saying we talked for like 1 hour plus, people were thinking we were talking about who have time for that. We were talking about the things that's affecting our culture. I could see the pain in Oga Baba. You know, he makes some point. You know, how can you just wake up and pick somebody that don't even had no historical connection because you want modality or civility? It's not like that now. And when you appoint new, you create a new crown and just appoint that person, that means you are creating a big problem, because that person you give title to wants to write his own history. Then you have to erase somebody's history. You understand, Oga Jalikoko? So it's hard time.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
It's that time they really stop all this. In short, just one article I was reading from 1999 to now. The Southwest traditional ruler, they have make 5,000 obas. The Olobo of that guy.
They are political king.
Yes, I know, but it has effect. It has effect. Some of them don't have anything. I don't have to say. They don't have. I know when you appoint Oba, they have.
What is? Some of them now political talks. Look. Do you know how many those that we call BALA? No, they are just like they are like lesser king. They are not king, but they are head of community.
Yes.
You understand? Head of, but not king.
Yeah.
These politicians, they manipulated the system and installed them as king.
Which is bad.
They were not king. They were just head of their community, responsible to the higher king in that state. You understand?
We had that in my own homestead. What we used to have is the Oluawo of Akimoni, which was a BALA position, but it's now been elevated to an Obashi.
Yeah, they elevated them to king.
It's not good. It's not good at all, because when you elevate that person, that means you have to give him a history. You have to give him land. That's why you see community crisis everywhere. People start rewriting history.
No, they already have land now. They already have a dominion. They have land now. And at least if
that title has created land for him. What are you saying?
No, that land is created for him. It's not for him.
It's for fraud. That is the fraud we are talking about. Everything is based on fraud, and it doesn't give the true picture, and true picture of what it really represents, because it's based on fraud. Vale, just the head of community, and they elevated them to king, and you will see all those ones terrorizing people, carrying. They will give them this, and they will, because themselves, they know that they don't merit that position, but were political rewarded. You understand? So
yes.
What are they going to do? They'll be responsible. They turn to politicians. You see them following politicians.
They like to carry their staff of office in their car. You know, they don't people. And the staff of office will be sticking out of the car. So that
they will hang it. They will hang it by the window. They will roll down the glass, and you will see something of something. They'll be terrorized and they'll be bullying people everywhere.
It's not good at all. That is going to cause problems for the higher authorities. Something like this wanted to happen in those states recently, and it's not the way the people resisted them. The Oba have to suspend 86 Enogi, like you talking about now, like BALAs. No, but they were complaining because they were making mischief on land issues. So there are too many complaints, and the Oba had to suspend all of them. And no election is coming, and the Obaseki tried to like, okay, because when Oba suspend them, their salary, they will not get salary. So they are complaining like, okay, we want to start controlling our side, not that we are leaving the Oba. You see the way people reacted. Even Obaseki have to back away from that position. You understand? Now they are all suspended. It is of them. They are all suspended. You know, you don't do things like that. You cannot just start creating people that is BALA. You make them king. You make them king. They're not responsible. They're not. Nobody can question them anymore. If they misbehave in their community, who is going to question them? Who's going to come here and tell them that, okay, what you are doing is not good. This land you sowed is not good, or this is doing is not good. Nobody can control them anymore. And that's the problem we are facing in Nigeria. Police is spoiling everything. And I think we should really push that this traditional ruler of a thing, they should remove them from under the governors and the local government chairman. They should be on their own so that they can control, discipline all these their BALAs and all this whatnot.
But the fact of the matter is that, you see, we that are Yoruba, we know the real king among us, and we know those that are political king. So the political king, people know them that all this one are political kings. But the real traditional king that comes with history, ancient history, and ancestral history, we know them, and they are not many.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Anybody will know that too. Like for you were talking about Oyo now. If you talk about Oyo now, you talk about Alaafin for Oyo, the sort of Ibadan, the Olu of Ibadan.
Yeah, actually, are there not just 11 Yoruba kings that actually have actual Odua crowns?
There are not many. There are not that too many.
Yeah, there are not too many.
Yeah,
are we counting the Oba of Benin as part of the Odua crown Yoruba kings?
No, don't count him.
It's part of us now. It's part of our
No, truth to be told. Along that Odudua children, they are not out of 5 that is really there. The Oba Benin,
the real.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
There are 5 of them.
Yeah, 5 of them. Yes,
including the Oba of Benin.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Every Islam knows that.
Is the Iwo crown? Is it not an Odua crown? The Iwo crown?
It's an Odua crown, but it's a small. It's a small town. It's not. It's responsible to. Alaafin.
Okay, so it's a subsect of.
It's a subset. It's responsible to. If Alaafin, where Alaafin is talking, Oluwo will never talk there. He will keep calm. He will bow his head. So he is responsible. There are a lot of kings in that Oyo that are responsible to Alaafin. You know. So if not that the military created state by state, and therefore they have traditional king state by state, those that are first class, those are distinct. The empire or the territory of Alaafin is beyond Oyo, beyond Ibadan. It got even to Ogun State and
yes, I was going to say Benin Republic.
Yes. So
the Alaafin power is stopped. Then it was Oba Benin and the Alaafin. The Alaafin power stopped at it stopped at Ado Ekiti, and this thing was the demarcation was Otum. I don't know what I'm saying anywhere near Kwara. That was the demarcation. From that place to Benin was under the Alaafin or your control. Then from
Kwara, this Ilorin was under Alafin. There are many parts of that in Lorry and those Kwara State and Kogi State today. They are all under back then.
You know that they used to bury a dead Alafins in Ilorin. You know that was the original burial ground for Alafins or for your.
And you know the first Oyole is around the Kogi and the Kwara State. It was when this war between us and the Hausa people and the what do you call that
Nupe people.
Kwara State. Yeah, there were too many wars. So that dismantled that Oyole and they extended it. They moved out of there, and then they came down to where we have Oyo today. So it was formerly up closer to, around the Nupe, around that Kogi, the Kwara State. That is where we had the first, Oyole. The first,
that's true. Yes, I read about it a lot. Oyole, it was down Ilori side, then that side, before it was moved upward. So I don't know why the things. For me, I feel this trouble start from what time he started changing all these things. If not, because before 52, Alafin Oyo was very powerful. Very powerful. They were controlling all those things. But when policy started, they started changing it. Because it's supposed to be very easy by now. Because there are only 5 of them in that South. If we want to really fix it. 5 of them, the Oduduwa children. Then the rest is supposed to be BALA or chief priest or whatever. But I think you guys will find a way to sort it out, Sha. Because if we continue like this, it won't be good at all. It won't be good continue like this.
Is the Olu of Wari, is he a BALA as well? It's effectively
no, Olu of Wari is BALA. It can never be. See, the Olu of Wari, they are BALA.
Glorified BALA now. It's a
BALA, but
it's a BALA now.
It was Awolowo's and all the rest that power that man. They gave him that strong political recognition and made him, what they are today as but it kind of BALA now.
But they're Duke. They're all bad children now. They're Duke. Like just all those other who have been Benin, they are Duke title Enogi. See, his name is Ogiame. Not even Olu. Is what I gave them that name Olu. Brought them from big Warri to the main Warri, which they still have problem today, and call it Olu of Warri. Yeah, his name is Ogiame. So Ogiame. To Ashe the second. So they are all Ogi under. They are all Ogi.
But that's Ike's name now. Ike is Ogiame now. Ike on our.
No, Ike's family. Yes, Ike's family is Ogiame. No, Ike's family is the one contesting with Oromia since Oromia came to Benin. Ike's family is the one that didn't allow Oromia stay in the Benin. Ogiame. They are the Ogiame family. The one contesting the throne. Till tomorrow, they are still contesting it. So. Ogie and Ogiame is two different things. Ogie means Duke. Ogiame means he's telling Oromia that you can't come to Benin. In Benin is Ogiso, that's Ogiso. That's Ogiso, that we have Ogiso, not foreigner. That's what Ogiame means. Ogiame means.
His coronation struck me. For somebody that is just a BALA, watch this.
Yeah, but yeah.
So there it is. If you have that much ceremony for a BALA, what would you have for a proper king? I mean,
Yeah, but like Gajako just said, is what that elevating. But now he's not a king. Now he's a real majesty now. So you enjoy those.
If they don't empower him politically, he don't get that strong recognition now.
Now, yeah. So you will get all those entitlement now. You will get all those things in. But those that in worry now, that's the problem. Not only him that is majesty, they have other majesties there, almost like 20.
is he not the one marrying 3 sisters at the same time or something?
No, it's our bow.
My God.
That man, they enjoy life. Oh.
I enjoy it.
Who know why enjoy life? Who know why enjoy that kind of life?
Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong there now. He did not marry his own cousins now. He did not marry his own. He married different persons.
Like 2 sisters now.
Yeah. Nothing wrong there now. Not somebody different 2 sisters that he married. So it's okay.
Maybe they be virgin before when they married.
All wives are all virgin.
They have to.
That man don't they enjoy heaven for this world? The way we did that heaven they enjoy for
Ajale Koko, did you hear this one about one of the wives of one of the late Alafio for you is now dating Portable. That one, you know.
Yeah, that guy.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. I watch what.
In fact, I think they've had a child together.
He was still having matter. He was having matter to say that after king and another king. That's what he said in the interview at Portable. I didn't want to talk about it. Like this is nonsense. All these kind of little things bring disrespect to the tradition. Normally in any tradition, any ex-king wife, nobody's supposed to go close to them. It's only the son, the new king.
Is even the queens are meant to be inherited by the new king.
Yes, the new king. Yeah, the new king. Yes, I'm saying the son, the new king that will not decide to give it to his own chief, not even come on us.
The wife of the king is now with Zo. Teloju. My God.
It's funny. Oh, it's funny. In Benin, you cannot.
But in the case of Alafin, there are some. I don't know. I think I listened to the interview of that Alafin himself. That most of them are not real.
His wife.
Yeah, they are not real wife that he bed with, but they are just, some of them, he sponsored them, he financed their education, and they said they want to stay in the palace, and then he allowed them to hang around and
every community I think once in a year or every 2 years they bring wives to the Oba, and
where are you getting that from?
No, it's all those king.
Look
they are doing it.
Ike,
they are doing it too.
Come and defend your title. Oh, this is Ike. You should really be. This should be you, Ike. What happened? Look at that. In the comments. This should be you.
Now America, they can't do chakara. I mean,
it's intimidating them in Ghana. While this guy is sitting on your throne. Look at the guy sitting on your throne now.
One man, you don't know the Alafin, they get gifts every day from cow to women. They're bringing for them.
Yeah,
they
that's
don't bring
true.
them
That's
women.
true.
They don't
That's
bring them
true.
women now. Who brings them?
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Some people,
it's not
yes.
Swaziland now. You know, they do that in Swaziland, but I don't think they do that.
No, they do it. They'll do it in Yoruba land.
Mama, you don't know.
People will go and give their daughter to the king.
To the king.
Look, I surrender this to you. Let him live with you, marry, and yeah. So the king, I think I listened to one of his interviews. So he was saying that no, some of them, I mean, many of them that they see around him, it's not that bedding will have anything to do sexually, but just some of them will say, oh, they want to stay in the palace and they want to after. And then you say, okay, and then they all come around together when he's traveling. They want to follow him, and I said, well, who knows the truth? Only God knows. Maybe this lady that is just going with Portable, he wasn't having the. They didn't do that ritual. It was not really traditional and
do you remember the former wife of the Ooni of Ife, the one that is from Edo or Benin, that ended up with some Italian guy?
Is it Italian? Lebanese.
I thought there was Magun. Is there no Magun? I thought there was Magun. I thought they put Magun on them.
One man. I don't disrespect the.
Don't let us talk about our new. Let's leave
our needs. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the Benins instead. Yes.
The Benin king, queen, you don't even know them. You can't even see them. You can't. They don't dress. You don't dress fashion. No. Once a big queen, all you dress is like Benin traditional dress. Tie wrapper to chest. You can't even see her teeth. Where the other wife touch you, your leg touch there, they'll cut that leg off now. It's very restricted.
But that over they enjoy life, twins.
Of course. Of course. Because there's a saying Benin that
and it's not just na yellow pawpaw twins,
pawpaw now real pawpaw. I go chop if who want chop this pawpaw, you go say na me.
But you know all these kings and
pawpaw.
But all these kings, you have to cut them slack, it's not easy to stay in one place every day. They stay in one place. They'll be in the palace every day. They can't go out like we normal people go out now. You can't see them going to party. You can't see, So they have to give them everything they want in that palace. Enjoyment. If not me, I go enjoy myself well. I go enjoy myself well. Because
I wouldn't mind being a prince, which I am on both sides of but I wouldn't want to be a king. Who wants to be a king? I mean,
if you be a king, one man, you become very restricted. You have to carry, because you are the one that people are looking up to.
And I don't like all those rituals as well. So I wouldn't. The
ritual is not the problem. It is the maintaining of the culture, because you are the symbol of authority of that state. So whatever you say becomes law, even though it's not a written law on written law, because you are the custodian of that state. Because people look up to you. So you have to be very careful things you do. If you stay in your house now, what you're doing now, you're here sitting 8 hours. It's not easy. But imagine people sitting on that throne for 20 years, not leaving that house every day. Think about it, one man. It's not easy for these people. So they have to enjoy themselves to the full inside that palace.
Although I wouldn't mind knowing, because there are certain secrets to life that they know that you don't know. I wouldn't mind knowing some of those secrets, those traditional secrets.
True.
I've always felt that there's a world that we're not aware of.
Because all this like our Oba or the other thing, they are head of every deity in that your land. And they're only the one that can question those deities. You ask yourself why. Deities don't worry them. They are the one questioning the deity. They can stop the deity. I believe it happened in Oyo too. The all African say go and lock that mass shrine up. Like in Benin, they'll go with some kind of chalk and this, they'll lock the shrine up. That deity will not be active. How, how, how do you have that? How do you have the... Oh God, Jale Coco.
You
Hello?
you broke off.
Oh, did I break up? Sorry, can you hear me now?
And yeah, we can now. Yeah.
I said, like the Obas or the Alafin, they are head of deities in their community. How is that one possible? And sometimes they can lock deity shrine, like in Benin, the Obas.
They are not head of deities. They are custodians of deities.
Oh, yes, custodian, yeah, the right word. And they can search some deity shrine. They'll say, go and lock that shrine up. If the chief priest misbehaves, they will lock it up, and that deity will not perform his duty. How did the Alafin job?
You know there are hierarchies in deities as well. I don't think anybody can lock up the shrine of Shango, but otherwise that person will
No, the Allah. If something happened, the chief priest misbehave. The Allah can say, okay, go lock that shrine up. Shango is still, they know that he left, but he cannot perform any duty till they sort out the problem. They have it. Go. Maybe I'm not going to close to them. They can do it. Like if you know, use something called Omo. Once they come, they'll log his shrine up. It's okay. This chief priest misbehaved. He did this. He did this. They'll log his shrine up, so he can never enter. Nobody can serve that thing. The problem is rectified, and then they will not worry the king or the Allah, and we will obey too. Don't see the respect. The deity will obey the law. How do they know that? How do they have that knowledge? You know, there's so many things that we don't know, but we thank God we're still keeping it, you know, one man. And let me little bit digress and come into a little bit of politics. One man, you don't see this appointment our guy is doing now, because it's now our president has been confirmed. I don't see it's a little bit Lagos State mafia appointment.
No, he has to go with what he knows now, does he not?
Yeah, I understand you have to go with what he knows, but you're making head of service now. Like the farmer guy now that removed, he replaced it on that Lagos Mafia. Some new appointment he make is a Lagos Mafia. You cannot say in every other tribe now, 560 tribes, the other people are not there. You must not know everybody now.
That's the only person really that was nationalistic in his appointment was probably Obasanjo. There's always been an ethnic leanings in governance in Nigeria apart from the Obasanjo administration.
True, but it's not really helping us. I think we have seen it from the past two, from Jonathan to Buhari. What did that thing take us to? What it took us to, or what it cost for the country? It's not really too good, because the ministry they will not be happy. At least since Nigeria is so divided now, at least put somebody there that will make people come out to work with you. You know, because it will be difficult.
You have to be fair though. The best brains in Nigeria are in and from Lagos.
Well, but it's not only the Lagos Mafia that is in. At least if you bring on that person, like for example, now you bring Utomi, is from South, is a Lagos Mafia. At least South people won't take it like, okay, they'll be happy that they have one of their own there, you know. But what I'm saying is, we want the community to work.
Where did we came from?
Those one that is how will I say, those are the appointments you must make. We are talking about this new appointment that people are looking up to, like head of service, this farm, all these things. At least see shuffle it a little bit. You put your people on the major side, this chief security officer, and this guy Rubadu. Sorry, I forgot this Rubadu guy. Do you think this guy knows his job, his duty at NSA?
I don't think either Ribadu or GBAJABIAMILA, I don't think they know what they are doing. They're just there to do fine boy, and that's
you mean the body that is following them to all political meeting?
Yes, sir. Imagine that.
When did you ever see Yusuf Bichi at anything? In fact, I've only ever seen one picture of Yusuf Bichi, you know, online. Just the same picture.
I don't understand. He follow Ganduje to court, Supreme Court, the very first day. If it's the same country, that would be problem.
Every wedding
but hold on, no. We have to recognize one thing, that he's a politician. He's not a professional. He's not a how do you describe them?
He's a policeman now.
He's not no. He has retired long. He's been around with Tinubu for a very long time. I mean, it's not. How do you describe people from what do you call them?
serviceman.
No, what do you call them? People that are not politicians that are giving what's the name they call it? Technocrat is not a man that is not an officer that just retired, that are just, I mean, based on his profession as a intelligent officer and given an appointment. So he's not a retired intelligent officer or retired. He's been in politics with them for how many years? For over 16 years. So a politician that have base, you understand? I believe he's nothing an ambition to be governor of his state. So
yes.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
So you should accept him to play politics while holding that office as well. So that is what he's doing. He doesn't want to be in that what do you call that position they offer. He knows that one is 4 years. At the end of 4 years, first time of this office, first time of Tinubu, you will see him. He want to go and contest for governorship of Adamawa State. You know,
true. But that position is not political position. NSA is not political position. He could be a politician, but the position is not a political position. He at least balance it.
Yeah, but he has.
I think that job is too big for him.
He has professionals in key position in that institution running it. He's just playing an like oversight or just the boss there to to be there and represent the president interest, but to take him out of politics completely, not to be part of the game. No, he know his fellow politician. They can cut him off completely. If he focus, if he sit down there alone and doesn't want to participate in politics, oh, forget it. Forget it. They will destroy his political interest. So he's playing it smart. It's we from outside that doesn't understand the game he's playing. And we are looking at it, judging from the way that the past, his predecessor, operated. That's why we are looking at it. He should operate like that. No, he's not going to do it like that. He's a politician. The other guy was not a politician. So that one had no romance with politicians at all before giving appointment. So he was just sitting down there doing his job and doesn't want anything except with the president. President is his own. Buhari back then was his own man. That's it. No other politician. He doesn't play around with politicians, but Buhari. But this one, he wants to hang around with the president and the chairman of the party, playing his politics, doing his own calculation, preparing grant, making friends, so that when it comes to the next 4 years to come out for his governorship, the grant he would have, prepare grant easy for him to secure that ticket. So look, it's a politician, no, just leave him, make they do him like that. Everybody is after their own selfish ambition. So that is it now. So that's the way I see it.
All right. All right. So there is no Thomas. It looks as though
One piece is gone. He has not.
I think it's muted.
He's attending to Children Matters.
Children Matters.
The president of Children Matters on one man went to move.
I have the expectation that we'll be celebrating yet another bat this time next year for our War Peace.
What Peace doesn't play?
He's dropping it one every year.
War Peace does not play at all.
My goodness me. Bakogbi. Bakogbi. War Peace, slow down. No, try and space them out a bit. Traditionally, you should have 3 years. Is it 3 years, the traditional Ajale Koko, in between children?
No, I think it's 2 years and a half now.
That's sufficient to that should be
You mean for what peace or what are you saying?
No. I'm saying traditionally because in my family,
Oh,
for
it should
instance,
be 3 years. I mean,
it's
traditional is 3
yeah,
years now.
yeah.
They space it out, 3 years after
But within the 2.5 years, are we 2.5 years or something? However long we've been running this platform, I think Bob Peace must have at least had 5 children. Bob Peace. Anything, oh God,
What Peace? It's Babasale.
Is trying to repopulate. They say the Japanese population. And by the way, there's this thing going on. All these Western populations, they're slowly dying out. They are not reproducing and they are aging out. That's why you see Germany going on an immigration drive. That's why you see a lot of them are going. Even Japan is now opening up to black people.
Germany is crying seriously.
The only people reproducing children are black people. So
Germany is crying seriously. The people that are reproducing there are the immigrants from Syria, from all those countries that they took in during the time
there was a time they took about 1 million of them.
Yes. And it's just for reproduction. That's why that woman is a very smart woman. Because Germans are not reproducing again. And they are fastly aging out. They so what are they going to do? And that's one thing that America have done smartly. America that invite taking immigrant and your country there that bring in immigrant all the time in their thousands. They know what they are doing
about them. They bring them in and then complain about them. My goodness.
So it's you see, like in America now, all this the Mexican and all the Spanish people that are trooping in through the border that are coming in. Oh man, those people are average.
What are you going to do about that? They're really becoming a pandemic in that border wahala. The way they are trooping into that place.
Look.
But the only thing I don't like is the language that you use to refer to them. You almost like pest. They're almost trying to. They're almost
locals.
They are dehumanizing them. Which always leads to disaster.
You see what we are seeing is failure of their country that is responsible for them leaving their country and running down to America. And they are lucky that they have America close to them that they can run to, that can absorb them. In the case of ours, Nigeria, we are the biggest country in West Africa. Where are we running to? Do we have any neighboring country we can run to that can absorb us or can make our economic well-being better? Where would we run to? Where can we run to? But because we are failing too, just as those people, their country used to be good, but bad leadership for a long period of time destroy that country and render them, not fit for purpose. And that's why the people are running out in their millions. And some of the factors responsible for that too, America was behind it, because some of those countries, their leaders, some of the leaders that are not in good time with America, you see, like Hugo Chavez, they impose sanction on them, like some other country too, that they impose sanction, and consequently they destroy their economy of their country, and the people have no other choice but to leave because you have a situation where poverty is weaponized, gangsters all over the place, insecurity, just as we have in Nigeria. So people cannot live peacefully in their homeland due to insecurity. So they have to run. They have to run away.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, woman.
Yes.
Simba, good to see you. We were just about to start wrapping it up when you turned up.
I'm just what you are just discussing. That was what even interests me.
Yeah, let me say this.
Baba Koko, I want to ask you a question about what you are saying about.
Yeah,
let me land this.
Yeah.
This is the reason why we have to stand up for that country we have as Nigeria. We don't have any other country. We have to stand up against these politicians because they don't care. We have to hold these people responsible. We have to speak up. We have to cooperate together. We have to do away with our tribal and all these sentiments that drive our sense of purpose. We have to do away. There must be a meeting point for us as Nigerians, irrespective of the tribe we're from. And at the moment, the country is seriously down. And how can we get it up? We can cooperate, join hands together, fight for good governance. That is the only way out because that country, it is failing. You must not allow it to fail completely because those people that we are seeing on the TV running come from other countries around America to America, it's because their country failed. The country failed. It failed. So look, when we are growing up, we used to watch all these failed countries in Africa, like Ethiopia, like some other country. We watch them fighting war among each other. We watch series of things, and you pity them, and you think we thought back then it cannot happen in Nigeria. But that is what is happening in Nigeria today. What we never envisaged, we never thought can happen in Nigeria is what we are seeing today in Nigeria. Because why? Because bad leadership and bad governance. So it's time for us to stand up as people. We have to, if there's a way we can connect all of us, even in other platforms, look, let us do away with this sentiment that we have been, driving all this while. Let us have a meeting point and let us fight for the sake, not only for our own sake now, but for the future of a generation coming behind us, so that they can come and meet a country that they can be proud of. Let me leave it there.
I think Simba has a question for you.
Yes.
Okay, two things. We earlier on you talk about the low fertility rates in the developed world, like in Japan, in the Europe, and the likes. I was watching a documentary about 3 days ago, and they were talking about this same problem in Singapore and Hong Kong. And they said as far back as 1960, the reproductive rate is about 35 children to 1,000 population. 35 to 1,000 population.
Disaster, that's a big disaster.
No, as far back as 1960, I'm just talking 1960. But now they say it's about 5 to 1,000 population. Yes, about 5. So what they are doing now, they are paying them for having children. They are paying a family before about $2,500 for having a child. Now they want to increase it to about $9,000. Just to encourage them to reproduce, because the reproductive rate is 0.9, 0.9.
Oh my God. And you know the
So
problem with them is that they don't want immigrants to come in. They don't welcome immigrants. They are not
we
immigrant friendly.
can exactly we can wrap everything. Let me talk to what you just finished about the economy of all these developing countries. You know what is happening in the world now? It's just like blocking a drainage. If you block a drainage, water will always find its way. The policy of the so-called developed world, America, the Europe, and the rest, is not favoring the developing country. And they are not helping the developing country at all. They contributed, whether we like it or not, they contributed to the economy menace of all these countries. They encourage corruption in those countries. All the money looted in those countries were being developed world. But at the same time, they will say they should not come to their country. Is what we are awaiting in the world is like a bomb. Let me tell you, even if they are killing people, people will always find their way. Because when they are pushing the world,
I agree with you.
They will go to where you understand what I'm saying. So I think this is high time the United Nations or whatever, whoever is championing the world, have a rethink and make every other place conducive for people. But if they think that they can be in their enclave and have peace, where they are encouraging war and
we're losing you, Simba.
it's just a matter of time.
Where I agree with you is the direction that this world is moving towards. We don't know. We don't know. War everywhere. War everywhere. This war, we don't know where it can lead to. A slight mistake can just it can just lead to nuclear war.
Do you not see a third world war and inevitability? It's almost unavoidable, the trajectory that the world is on now.
Look, one man, it is so unpredictable. We cannot predict what can happen. Every time now, when I'm going to bed in the night, I pray. I say, well, only God knows if tomorrow will come, if we meet tomorrow. Not that anything will happen to us, but with this nuclear threat from one side against the other, we don't know what can happen. And this war is affecting the economy of... Look, this little war they are fighting in Israel and Palestine, you will see the world economy will shrink because of two things. Inflation might go high because if the war gets worsened, we are going to see supply of energy, oil. That one will be affected. The price of oil. Let's say Iran, they go and attack Iran now. There's war. Iraq is down, and Saudi Arabia and other country, you see the price of the oil will go up, and that will affect the economy of the world. Already, the economy of the world is not in good shape. Inflation is high, so we are going to see that. And then the shipping through that region, supply chain will be affected as well. So we should be ready for long-term economic hardship all over the world. Long time.
Abajayoko.
Yes.
Hello.
Already Israel is suffering. The economy now is running negative. S&B has downgraded Israel to negative.
Because you did ask the question, why did they hold on in actually the land invasion of Gaza? Initially,
I think they are waiting for supplies from the Americans. That's why I suspect. But carry on. Yeah.
No. They are even. Let me tell you. Initially, about 75% of their population supported it. As we are speaking, only 25% are supporting it now because they are already seeing the effects.
Yeah,
it's not a war that they can win. You know, when Russia invaded Ukraine, we are thinking that okay, it's something that they will just run on them, and then within some few days, they look at it now. It's over a year.
So
you understand? So
no, you see, Simba, see the images coming out from there. No, it's so bad. Nobody, like even the Israelis, a lot of them are speaking again. They don't.
When we talk about justice and equity, let me tell you, we are just deceiving ourselves. There's nothing like that. There's no word like that in the world.
No, that one. Let's cancel that one. Is not in existence.
It's not in existence.
It's not in existence.
We are just deceiving ourselves.
It's not in existence.
The poor oppress the rich, the powerful oppress the. So that is the law of nature.
But I said you to what Elena, and then it's just unbelievable that this can be happening in this modern world. What we are seeing, I mean, look, one man. There is no day. I'm telling you, and I'm telling you the truth. When I watch what is coming out from there, particularly,
do you know the size of Gaza?
Cry. I'm telling you,
Gaza, the whole length of Gaza is about 41 kilometers, just 41 kilometers.
It's a very small space now,
and you have almost 3 million
populated.
People. Is it not 3 million people? You decide when to give them water. You decide what to give them electricity. You decide when to give them food.
But you know what happened now?
Simba,
do you know the latest thing that is happening there? They are cut off the what do you call it? Telecommunication. Telecommunication. So what is happening now as a result of that is that when there is a bombing in a particular place, usually they will report it, they will call ambulance. But with the cutoff of the communication, they can't reach out to ambulance or emergency.
So there will be more morbidity and mortality.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to have to, because I feel sleep calling and Thomas disappearing. But stay steady. The conversation can still carry on. Not a lot of super chats, but certainly sufficient enough from the people who did super chat. That is Alexander Gomez setting the tone there. And of course, Ayo picking up the baton. So there is Ayo picking up the baton. And that's Ayo again. You know, he doesn't like to go once. He likes to go severally. Ike Ogeome, who takes time off from being a prince to throw at the paupers. And there he is doing it again. So there it is. So thank you to all three. Oba Atokweye. So thank you. So thank everyone. It's been a short and sweet session. I was trying to get somebody to come and hold the space.
Even we didn't even see Ola.
Ola is attending some Owambe. Thomas has gone to church. Mike unreachable, rational mind. I couldn't reach him as well. So and I have to go to bed. But we shut it down only to reconvene for tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Keep it tuned in. Oh, I forgot to mention that. Are you joining Dupsy tomorrow, Adan Lekoko?
By the grace of God.
Yeah, so I forgot to mention Dupsy. So Dupsy is on tomorrow. She kicks it off is that showing on the screen? Yeah, so she kicks it off at 3:45 p.m. UK time, whatever that time is, your space. Let me put the link in so you can join her. So bookmark this link that I'm about to send to the comment section now. So bookmark this link and put on your bell notifications and all that. So Dupsy was excellent next Sunday. and she's got a myriad of juicy storylines that she's wanting to present for your consideration tomorrow. So she'll kick it off with middle-aged parenting and all of the controversies of that space, and then she's got a few little bangers lined up to back that up. So there is the session. So if you click on the link that I've just sent to the comment section now and put on the bell notification so you're not any chance of missing Dupsy. So she's on for tomorrow. So be there or be squared, as they used to say back in the day. I suspect they don't say that anymore. But thank you for joining. So we'll end it here, only to reconvene tomorrow. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Ajanle Koko, especially Simba and of course Dewale. So it's been a cozy little session today. A cozy little session. Yeah. Okay. Yes, very enjoyable. I didn't even want to stop, but I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. Oh, Princess Rosie hops on. Okay, let's hear from Princess. Oh, so Princess, are you here to speak to us or just for the after show?
It's just for the after show.
All right.
But I'll be there tomorrow to support Dupsy baby.
Dupsy Whoopsie. Yeah. Yes, Dupsy baby. Look at that. All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.